So we do not face a new problem today, in one sense. We face the same problem in principle that Martin faced, and faced successfully. And I would propose that in the lesson of Martin Luther King and his life, there is something we can learn today which brings him back to life as if he was standing here alive today. There's something special about his life, his development, which should be captured today by us, not only in addressing the problems of our nation, which are becoming terrible, but the problems of our relationship with the world as a whole. How are we going to deal with these cultures that are different than our own? With an Asian culture, with Muslim cultures around the world, over 1 billion Muslims around the world, with the culture of China, which is different than ours, the culture of Southeast Asia, which is different than ours, the cultural background. They're all human, they all have the same ultimate requirements, the same needs, but they're different cultures. They think differently. They respond to different predicates than we respond to. But we must have peaceful cooperation with these people to solve a world problem. Then you start thinking about someone like Martin, and I want to indicate in the context I just stated what the significance of Martin is today.
Good morning. I'm Harley Schlanger from the Schiller Institute, and I'd like to welcome you to the Schiller Institute Symposium, Resurrect the True Mission of John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Stop NATO's World War, and Dismantle the International Assassination Bureau. You've just seen a clip of Lyndon LaRouche on Martin Luther King Day in 2004 speaking in Talladega, Alabama. Our event today coincides with the commemoration of the birthday of Dr. King. King once stated that, quote, "The choice is no longer between violence and nonviolence. The choice is now between nonviolence and non-existence." This echoed something that President John F. Kennedy said, quote, "that mankind must put an end to war, or war will put an end to mankind." These are what should be common sense approach to international relations. Instead, they've been replaced today by an Anglo-American approach of foreign policy through warfare. Today, we'll discuss what we must do as citizens to replace the suicidal policies of the Anglo-American oligarchs with the common sense of John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King. As we convene this symposium today, the defenders of the unipolar order are moving on a fast track toward World War III through consolidating an alliance of forces into global NATO. This is not a defense of democracy, no matter how much they shout that out, but a continuation of the efforts since the end of World War II, and especially since the assassination of John F. Kennedy nearly 60 years ago, to maintain a system of parasitical looting on behalf of the interests of primarily Anglo-American corporate cartels, sometimes identified as the military-industrial complex. Last week, it was announced that there will be a virtual union of the European Union and NATO. At the same time, a British and Japanese agreement and talks between US officials and Japanese officials demonstrate the intent to contain or prepare for a war against China in the Pacific region. The methods used by this military-industrial complex include what could legitimately be called brainwashing through control of the so-called narrative, including censorship and lying. It also includes the launching of color revolutions, war, sanctions, and an assassination bureau. The existence of an assassination bureau is well known among intelligence professionals who have worked to ridicule as conspiracy theory any discussion of its existence. That's one of the reasons for the slander and persecution of LaRouche, his efforts to bring this truth into the open. In April 1981, Executive Intelligence Review, seen here on the screen, his magazine, produced a story on Permindex, Britain's International Assassination Bureau. I had the honor of delivering this package to the former New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison on behalf of Mr. LaRouche, as Garrison was one of the few people with the courage to investigate the story. His efforts were immortalized in Oliver Stone's film, John F. Kennedy, JFK. Today we're going to take a look at the true history of this period and what is needed from you, the citizens of sovereign nations, to put humanity on an alternative path towards peace and mutually beneficial development. Helga Zepp LaRouche has defined this as a mission to establish a new security and development architecture and has drafted a paper on 10 principles to add to this discussion. Our intent is to increase the public awareness not only of the danger that this war will expand and possibly become a nuclear war, but there is an exit ramp off the highway towards nuclear war. It's not that the agenda of this network of corporate war hawks and neoliberals is unknown. It's that too many people remain silent. Today we're going to be joined by a distinguished panel of speakers, almost all of whom have been targets of this establishment. After our first group of speakers, we'll have time for discussion and hopefully questions from the audience, and you can send us your questions at questions@schillerinstitute.org. Our first speaker will be my longtime colleague and friend, Dennis Speed, who's been a leader of the LaRouche movement for 5 decades. Dennis?
Hello, Harley. We have reverse roles today. I want to thank everybody for attending this morning from around the world and begin with some thoughts both about Martin Luther King, but more about us. A time comes when silence is betrayal. In the face of today's march toward thermonuclear war, the truth must be told about the International Assassination Bureau that kills American and world leaders, including today. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt, on March 4th, 1933, pronounced his famous admonition that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. He had just survived an assassination attempt in Florida on February 15th of 1933. This was an attempt which killed the mayor of Chicago instead. Lyndon LaRouche often pointed out that prominent figures are assassinated not so much for what they have done, as for what they are about to do. Consider that as you listen to these remarks made by President John F. Kennedy at the United Nations on September 20th, 1963, just over 2 months before he would be murdered in Dallas.
The task of building the peace lies with the leaders of every nation, large and small. For the great powers have no monopoly on conflict or ambition. The Cold War is not the only expression of tension in this world, and the nuclear race is not the only arms race. Even little wars are dangerous in a nuclear world. The long labor of peace is an undertaking for every nation, and in this effort, none of us can remain unaligned. To this goal, none can be uncommitted. The reduction of global tension must not be an excuse for the narrow pursuit of self-interest. If the Soviet Union and the United States, with all of their global interests and clashing commitments of ideology, and with nuclear weapons still aimed at each other today, can find areas of common interest and agreement, then surely other nations can do the same. Nations caught in regional conflicts, in racial issues, or in the death throes of old colonialism. Chronic disputes which divert precious resources from the needs of the people or drain the energies of both sides serve the interests of no one. And the badge of responsibility in the modern world is a willingness to seek peaceful solutions. It is never too early to try, and it's never too late to talk. And it's high time that many disputes on the agenda of this assembly were taken off the debating schedule and placed on the negotiating table. Finally, in a field where the United States and the Soviet Union have a special capacity in the field of space, there is room for new cooperation, for further joint efforts in the regulation and exploration of space. I include among these possibilities a joint expedition to the moon. Space offers no problems of sovereignty. By resolution of this assembly, the members of the United Nations have forsworn any claim to territorial rights in outer space or on celestial bodies, and declared that international law and the United Nations Charter will apply. Why, therefore, should man's first flight to the moon be a matter of national competition? Why should the United States and the Soviet Union, in preparing for such expeditions, become involved in immense duplications of research, construction, and expenditure? Surely we should explore whether the scientists and astronauts of our two countries, indeed of all the world, cannot work together in the conquest of space, sending someday in this decade to the moon, not the representatives of a single nation, but the representatives of all of our countries.
Think of how, right now, in this present political environment, how controversial and dangerous a proposal of a joint Russia-China-U.S. mission to the moon would be. And you can thereby measure how far and how low the United States and its leadership institutions has sunk. What would have happened had that joint mission to the moon that President Kennedy proposed actually occurred? The fear that has gripped American life since November 22nd, 1963, is palpable. Our opposition to unjust depopulating and endless war is in order today, but the fear is palpable. Throughout the transatlantic world, this set cause must be taken up. We must take up the arms of creative, nonviolent direct action against this present sea of troubles, and by opposing, thus end them. When Martin Luther King took this cause up at Riverside Church in New York City on April 4th, 1967, he realized that he was confronting his own frightened silence about the war up until that point.
A time comes when silence is betrayal. That time has come for us in relation to Vietnam. The truth of these words is beyond doubt, but the mission to which they call us is a most difficult one. Even when pressed by the demands of inner truth, men do not easily assume the task of opposing their government's policy, especially in time of war. Nor does the human spirit move without great difficulty against all the apathy of conformist thought within one's own bosom and in the surrounding world. Moreover, when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do, in the case of this dreadful conflict, we are always on the verge of being mesmerized by uncertainty. But we must move on. Some of us who have already begun to break the silence of the night have found that the calling to speak is often a vocation of agony, but we must speak. we must speak with all the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision, but we must speak. Over the past 2 years, as I have moved to break the betrayal of my own silences and to speak from the burnings of my own heart, as I have called for radical departures from the destruction of Vietnam, many persons have questioned me about the wisdom of my path. At the heart of their concerns, this query has often loomed large and loud. Why are you speaking about the war, Dr. King? Why are you joining the voices of dissent? Peace and civil rights don't mix, they say. Aren't you hurting the cause of your people, they ask. And when I hear them, though I often understand the source of their concern, I am nevertheless greatly saddened. For such questions mean that the inquirers have not really known me, my commitment or my calling. Indeed, their questions suggest that they do not know the world in which they live. I come to this platform tonight to make a passionate plea to my beloved nation. This speech is not addressed to Hanoi or to the National Liberation Front. It is not addressed to China or to Russia. Nor is it an attempt to overlook the ambiguity of the total situation and the need for a collective solution to the tragedy of Vietnam. Neither is it an attempt to make North Vietnam or the National Liberation Front paragons of virtue, nor to overlook the role they must play in the successful resolution of the problem. While they both may have justifiable reasons to be suspicious of the good faith of the United States, life and history give eloquent testimony to the fact that conflicts are never resolved without trustful give and take on both sides.
As King indicated, he would not make a butchery of his own conscience in the face of nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror that would paralyze his needed efforts to stand up against unjust war, such as that in Vietnam then or that in Ukraine today. King took the road that Hamlet refused to take to save his kingdom of Denmark. King took the narrow path, the path of Gethsemane, to save the American Republic. A popular misinterpretation of Shakespeare's play Hamlet is very widespread. Hamlet is seen as a tragic figure, and the tragedy seems to be, to the credulous, to revolve around him. That is incorrect. Rather, it is Denmark which is tragic, not Hamlet, and it is Hamlet's acquiescence to the popular opinion and going along to get along in Denmark. To understand the difference, consider Lyndon LaRouche's discussion of the content of the character of Martin Luther King.
Martin was truly a man of God. Truly. In a way that very few people are actually able to realize in their lifetime. It wasn't just that he was a man of God, it's that he rose to the full appreciation of what that meant. Obviously, the image for him was Christ and the passion and crucifixion of Jesus Christ. That was his source of strength. He lived that. He had gone to the mountaintop at a point that he knew his life was threatened by powerful forces in the United States. And he said, I will not shrink from this mission, even if they kill me. Just as Christ said, and I'm sure that was in Martin's mind at that point. The passion and crucifixion of Christ is the image which is the essence of Christianity. It's an image, for example, in Germany or elsewhere where the Bach St. Matthew Passion is performed. It's a performance, approximately. And those 2 hours, the audience, the congregation, the singers, the musicians, relive in a powerful way the passion and crucifixion of Christ. And this has always been important, to relive that, to capture the essence of what Christ means for all Christians. And Martin showed that.
As with Hamlet, where the actual tragedy, as we said, was the rot in Denmark, in the case of John F. Kennedy, it was the assassination of the American presidential system which was the target of the multi-layered, multinational conspiracy that took his life. Lyndon LaRouche, an 8-time presidential candidate himself, explains the true issue behind that assassination.
Welcome to the International Connection. Today we continue our conversation with Lyndon LaRouche from his jail cell in Alexandria, Virginia.
The point is, was Kennedy killed because he was John F. Kennedy, or was President Kennedy killed because he was president?
That's the problem.
And that's right, and I lean to the second one.
Because he was the president.
That's right. He happened to have the misfortune of being the president at the time, which is the primary reason for it.
So there were forces. I mean, Kennedy even said there was a government behind his back. There was this group behind him that was orchestrating a lot of these crises.
It was essentially, it's not unknown who they are.
Well, the Rockefellers, would they be part of them?
I think the Rockefellers, that's where I would get off Peter a bit on, with my own view, is that I think that's exaggerated. Yes, the Rockefeller interest is very specific. I know the thing. I've done a lot in exposing it. David Rockefeller is certainly no friend of mine.
Yes.
But I think that misses the point because it makes it too narrow and makes it too linear.
Right. In other words, it's the idea of the Fondi is a group of associates.
There's a social formation to the effect that no one individual or no one individual group determines the group. It's the inner within the group that determines what the group does.
Right, and that's why they can't put the finger on who killed Kennedy, those kind of things. They can't.
More than that, I think the problem is more than that. When you organize an assassination of that type for the President of the United States, a conspiracy which operated on the scale of which that thing operated. Remember, the killing of Kennedy enveloped and overlaid efforts to assassinate Charles de Gaulle.
Yes.
The same operation, in effect.
Yep.
So it's a vast conspiracy. Now, when you get a vast conspiracy, what makes a conspiracy work is a lot of deception within the conspiracy and a lot of exploitation of the particular motivation of people who are drawn into playing particular roles. So that if you interrogate somebody and say who pulled a trigger and say, why was the President of the United States killed? Why'd you shoot him? This fellow might have a motive. He might simply say, because I was paid to do so.
Yes.
Or somebody else might explain a motive. That might have been the motive for their behavior or the induced motive. That doesn't mean that's why the thing happened. So that it comes to a question, the people who planned this, and this was, I don't think I should name it on the air,
yes,
but the people who planned this were functioning at a very high level. So they knew what they were doing, unlike people on a lower level who may not have known fully what they were doing, apart from the killing. And even some didn't know they were involved in the killing.
Say that again?
They knew that they were destabilizing the institution of the presidency of the United States.
You just said those people in the low levels didn't know what they were...
didn't know the full implications of what
they were doing.
They knew what they were doing, but they didn't know what somebody else intended this to lead to.
Yes.
And what they were doing was destabilizing, particularly with a cover-up, the Warren Commission cover-up. The combination of the assassination with the cover-up actually did destabilize the United States, destabilize the institutions of government of the United States, destroyed the presidency as an efficient instrument of government, as a constitutional instrument. And the fellows who organized this thing at that level knew they were doing this. So therefore, I say, they weren't out to kill Kennedy, though somebody may have come up with motives for killing John F. Kennedy. They were out to kill President Kennedy because he was president.
The institution.
The institution.
So was John F. Kennedy killed by Clay Shaw, whom Jim Garrison indicted and brought to trial? Was he killed by Lewis Mortimer Bloomfield, the coordinator of the assassination, as according to some people, from his position in the organization Permanent Industrial Expositions? Well, as Harley Schlanger indicated at the beginning, Lyndon LaRouche and his associates during the 1970s, particularly through their publication of the book Dope Incorporated, looked at and demonstrated that the same networks that were then involved in the transformation of the international drug trade into an offshore secret government slush fund were the forces of international terrorism and assassination. Institutions such as the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank Corporation, now known as HSBC, were at the epicenter of opium trade and various forms of mercenary activity throughout history. Hong Kong's colonial status under British rule was an imperial legacy of the two opium wars that had been fought by Great Britain against China in the 19th century. President Abraham Lincoln opposed that British policy of the destruction of the minds and the bodies of the Chinese nation, and he sent an ambassador in 1861, pretty much the first year he was in office, Ensign Burlingame, to the still subjugated China as a sign of solidarity with China against Imperial Britain. In that same war, one of the closest of American allies was the nation of Russia and its Tsar Alexander II, who famously sent a fleet to both New York and San Francisco harbors in order to allow the Union side in the American war to continue its interdiction of traffic coming from Great Britain and from France to the south. Lincoln, of course, was assassinated in a conspiracy for which 4 people were hanged, and John Wilkes Booth, of course, was also apprehended and died. When you're looking at today's United States and the issue of the Assassination Bureau, things like, for example, the Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation, and the fact that many of the panelists today on today's program are on that list, you're not looking at Ukraine, and you're not even looking merely at NATO. You're looking at an international assassination bureau which has never been brought to light. It is in that cause that we are here assembled today, and we are attempting to give you a picture, a perspective on an America and on a world that you've never been given before. We think that Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Robert Kennedy, and others would deserve no less and expect no less.
Thank you, Dennis. For those just joining us, this is a Schiller Institute Symposium today, Resurrect the True Mission of JFK and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Stop NATO's World War, and Dismantle the International Assassination Bureau. Our next speaker is someone who has lived in this world of covert operations, of intelligence. He's Ray McGovern, a former CIA analyst, a presidential briefer, a co-founder of the Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, and a dedicated warrior for truth and peace. Ray, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Harley. I want to start with a quote from Dr. King. Has relevance to what's happening in providing billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of arms to Ukraine. Quote, when profit motives are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. End quote, Dr. King. Now, the original sin of our great country, the United States of America, is racism. It was true years ago when Dr. King was assassinated, and it's true now. It's at play not only in the United States, but on the world scene. You know, I was only 6 years old when the U.S. bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki when it was not necessary to do so. Most people don't realize that President Truman was a racist through and through, always referred to African Americans with the N-word. He had only one ally in urging him to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. All the five-star generals who had prevailed in World War II, just about to end, were against it, vehemently against use of the atomic bomb. I'm talking about Eisenhower, I'm talking about MacArthur, I'm talking about Admiral Halsey in the Pacific. All of them 5 stars, really upset that anything like this was even contemplated. The only person that agreed with President Truman was a fellow named Jimmy Burns. Now, Jimmy Burns came from South Carolina, and I want to play a little clip that will show you pretty graphically another fellow from South Carolina and what he thought about the Oriental. Bear in mind now that with respect to the Oriental, just this week, Congress, the U.S. Congress, passed a law authorizing a special select committee on China, on the yellow peril. To understand China? Not really. It was just sort of regular intervals to show how wicked China is, even though, in my view, China would just as much appreciate and just as much favor a win-win situation. But that's not in the cards with our racist government. May we have that clip, please? It's only 5 minutes. Please pay attention to the very end.
Many bombs, many coffins. These are for children. 800 or 900 a week. I have lost 7 children myself. Many have died here. Though it's nothing like in the countryside. Many more have died there. In the countryside, there are no coffins. There's no money to buy them.
How did all the children die?
Poison. Poison, you know. These planes keep spouting and spraying the stuff, and so many people have died. It seems to destroy their intestines. With this spraying and bombing, so many have died. Each day, right on time, the bomb craters appear. Hundreds of tons are dropped each day. And we can't talk about it. We can't talk about it because we are afraid of the government.
It can be described much like a singer doing an aria, you know, that's totally into what he's doing, you know, totally feeling it. He knows the aria, and he's experiencing the aria, and he knows his limits, and he knows whether he's doing it and doing it well. Flying an aircraft can be a great deal like that.
What's a race driver feel like? When does a guy want to drive an Indianapolis 500 and go charging around there? I guess perhaps the risk of dying, being killed, is part of it that makes it thrilling.
I can tell when the aircraft feels just right. I can tell when it's about to stall. I can tell when I can't pull another fraction of a pound, or the airplane will stall, flip out, and spin on me. I would follow a little pathway on something like a TV screen in front of me that would direct me right, left, or center. Follow the steering, keep the steering symbol centered. I'd see a little attack light when we stepped into attack. I could pull the commit switch on my stick, and the computer took over. Computer figured out the ballistics, the airspeed, the slant range, and dropped the bombs when we got to the appropriate point, in whichever kind of attack we'd selected, whether it be flying straight and level or tossing our bombs out. So it was very much of a technical expertise thing. I was a good pilot. You know, I had a lot of pride in my ability to fly.
Well, the Oriental doesn't put the same high price on life as does the Westerner. Life is plentiful, life is cheap in the Orient. And as the philosophy of the Orient expresses it, life is not important.
Got it? Life is not so important. People look like the Vietnamese, the Chinese, and I dare say many people still have the outlook, especially if they happen to be from South Carolina, which not only Secretary of State Jimmy Burns was, but also General William Westmoreland, and of course Senator Lindsey Graham is created in the same mold. What are we to think of all this? Well, during Vietnam, Angela Davis, a prominent opponent of the war, was arrested, and she was manacled, and she was put on the front cover of Newsweek magazine. We got her. Okay, this is at the height of the Vietnam War. James Baldwin wrote a letter to Sister Angela. I'd like to read a very short excerpt. An open letter to Sister Angela Davis, November 19, 1970. Dear Sister, one might have hoped that by this hour, the very sight of chains on black flesh would be so intolerable a sight for American people and so unbearable a memory that they would spontaneously rise up and strike off the manacles. But Americans appeared to measure their safety in the chains and corpses of others. And so, Newsweek puts you on its cover, chained. I continue. You look exceedingly alone, Angela, as alone, say, as the Jewish housewife in a boxcar headed for Dachau, or as any one of our ancestors chained together during the ocean passage. Finally, I continue quoting James Baldwin. Let me put it this way. As long as white Americans take refuge in their whiteness, they will allow millions of other people to be slaughtered. So long as their whiteness puts so sinister a distance between their own experience and the experience of others, they will never feel themselves sufficiently worthwhile to become responsible for themselves. end quote. Let's fast forward to Memphis. On the night before Dr. King was assassinated, James Lawson, who is the epitome, the advocate of nonviolence, he told a little story to a few of us who were doing a retreat at the Alex Haley Forum in Tennessee about 8 years ago. He said when he was a little boy, his mother had schooled him in nonviolence. And one day he came home from school, he had a very guilty conscience, and mother sensed that. She said, "What's the matter, Jimmy?" And he said, "I hit somebody really hard because he would deserved it." And my mother said Dr. Lawson, my mother said, "Now, Jimmy, think about it. What good did that do?" James Lawson became the epitome for nonviolent advocacy, and it was he who invited Dr. King down to Memphis. Memphis was in real trouble. The night before Dr. King was killed, he made an extremely important speech. And one of the things he said was this, I quote, "We have difficulties ahead, but it really doesn't matter with me anymore. Like anyone, I would like a long life, but I'm not going to be concerned about that right now. I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but as a people, we will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I am not worried about anything. I am not fearing any man," just hours before he was assassinated. I also had the good fortune of knowing Vincent Harding, who actually authored the Vietnam speech for Dr. King, the one he made the year before, exactly a year before. Vincent Harding was a prophet. He was a mentor. He would start classes or start retreats or start speeches by singing an old enslaved people's spiritual tune to lyrics that go to "We are building up a new world. We are building up a new world. We are building up a new world. We are building up a new world, children of the Lord. Courage, sisters, don't get weary. Courage, brothers, don't get weary. Courage, children, don't get weary. For the day is long." Well, the day is long, and people suffer along the way. JFK, Robert Kennedy, Dr. King, Brother Martin, before them all. I'm going to close now with a quote from Fannie Lou Hamer, also a major figure in what Dr. Vincent Harding called the church-led Southern freedom struggle, also known as the civil rights struggle. Fannie Lou Hamer was a sharecropper from Mississippi. She became the representative of the Freedom Party at the Democratic Convention in 1964. She didn't succeed, but she did. And here's what she said. "One day, I know this struggle will change. There's got to be change, not only for Mississippi, but for the people of the United States overall and for people all over the world. Sometimes it seems," says Fannie Lou Hamer, "that to tell the truth today is to risk being killed. But if I fall, I'll fall 5 feet 4 inches forward in the fight for freedom. I'm not backing off. I hold that up as an example. I might not see the promised land either, but if I fall, I will fall 5 feet 11 inches forward in the fight for freedom. I'm not backing off. Let's none of us back off. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ray, as always. For those just joining us, this is a Schiller Institute Symposium, Resurrect the True Mission of John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, Stop NATO's World War, and Dismantle the International Assassination Bureau. Our next speaker will be the founder and chairwoman of the Schiller Institute, who's known internationally for her fight for replacing this current corrupt and collapsing world order with one of justice and a new security and development architecture. Helga Zepp-LaRouche. Helga?
Hello. Well, as we commemorate the day of Martin Luther King, it is important to reflect upon the question is if his method of nonviolence is still relevant today at a moment where the world clearly faces the danger of nuclear war. Now, Nehru, when he was asked, if that method would be still valid in front of nuclear weapons, he said, absolutely, what other violence, is there not a worse violence than that of nuclear weapons? Now, the question one has to ask, is why is it that, for example, the German government seems to be completely in the grip of those warmongers who are driving the escalation with Russia and hopefully not soon with China, even so there are some who also would want to do that. And what are they doing? It is so much against the German self-interest. Now, in the context of what has been discussed so far, I think what happened about a little bit more than 30 years ago absolutely is the clue of why the German economic and political system right now is not functioning, why we don't have a leadership in government which would preserve self-interest of Germany. One has to look back in the period of the late 70s, where less than in a year, from April 1977 to March 78, there was a wave of assassination in Europe, but many of those in Germany, by the so-called Red Army faction, the Baader-Meinhof gang. And what these people were doing by assassinating key leaders from politics, from economics, from science, it was called a strategy of tension by experts. And that strategy of tension, one can also say, was a strategy of injecting fear so much in the leadership of society that they would absolutely not engage in the construction of an economic system which would be in any way different than that of the City of London or Wall Street. And if you look at these assassinations, which were really a lot, the character and methods used, and that was clear to analysts at the time already, were such that they were not possible without the cooperation of intelligence services. Just to give you a couple of those. On the 7th of April, 77, Federal General Attorney Siegfried Buback was killed in Karlsruhe by this RAF, the Red Army faction. On the 30th of April, 77, Jürgen Ponto, the chief of the Dresdner Bank, was killed near his house in a way which was horrible. And I lived through this period because I was in the process of setting up with Dr. Kurt Rischebecher, who was the chief aide or collaborator of Dr. Ponto, to set up a meeting between Ponto and my late husband, Lyndon LaRouche. And actually this impacted our lives, tremendously, because if somebody is being assassinated, you are in the vicinity of, it has a very special impact. Then on the 16th of March, 1978, Aldo Moro, the chairman of the Christian Democracy in Italy, was first kidnapped, then assassinated. And there were many others, Schleyer and Buback and many others I don't want to go into right now. On the 30th of November, this is now several decades later, of 1989, Alfred Herrhausen, the head of Deutsche Bank at that time, was killed in Bad Homburg near his house. Detlef Rohwedder, the head of the Treuhand, 21st of April, 91. And in light of the events of today, if you think that there is a tremendous pressure to cut the relations between Germany and Russia for forever, if the people who are doing it have their say, and to enforce a sanction regime, to sabotage this Nord Stream pipeline, if you consider the recently erupted scandal where it became clear that Merkel and Hollande, the former president of France, were lying concerning their intention about the Minsk process, the effort to completely decouple Europe from Russia and China. Well, one has to look back in that period of the assassinations of people like Herrhausen and Rohwedder to fully understand why this is possible. Now, Colonel Fletcher Prouty, who was in the John F. Kennedy movie, the famous Mr. X, gave an interview shortly after the assassination of Herrhausen to the Italian newspaper Unità. He said in this interview that the common denominator of all the assassinations of this time, including the previous one of Kennedy and the later one of Enrico Mattei, was that they did not submit to the existing world order, which was dominated and is dominated by a small power elite. Prouty said, and he told us this, we were in contact with him, he said the significance of the assassination of Herrhausen for Germany and even the world is as big as that of Kennedy. If you consider that at that time, in November 1989, the world was at the verge of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Eastern Europe was undergoing a tremendous change. And in Germany, the unification was on the horizon, which, was a pathway in the entire history of the post-war period. Now, Prouty told us that in his view, the key to the Herrhausen assassination was a speech which he was supposed to give 1 week later in New York in front of the American Council on Germany, where he had planned to present a vision of shaping new the East-West relations, which would have given the developments after 1989 a dramatically different direction. Now, we don't have this speech which he was supposed to give in New York, but we have a hint of what direction it probably went, because he was at the time the only banker and the only figure who had the idea that Poland, which in the context of the Comic-Con had tremendous economic difficulties at that time, should be developed with German help on the basis of the method of the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, the credit institution for reconstruction, which was a state-owned bank, which on the basis of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation of Roosevelt was instrumental in reconstructing Germany in the post-war period, and in that way being instrumental to create the economic German miracle. Now, Lyndon LaRouche, my late husband, already in 1988 had prognosed that German unification would come soon, that Berlin would be the capital. This was 1 year before everything happened. And at that time, already in an absolutely visionary way, had suggested that the reunified Germany should develop Poland with the method, of the physical economy and modern science and technology, and that development should become the model for the other Comecon states, which obviously would have been a completely different approach to the economic difficulties which led then finally to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, Herrhausen had a similar idea. I mean, we never consulted with Herrhausen. I don't know if he knew about Lind's theories or not, but he thought in the same direction. Herrhausen also, already in 1987, in a meeting with the Presidium of Deutsche Bank, reported how deeply impressed he was about his discussion with Mexican President Miguel de la Madrid, with whom he discussed the debt crisis in the developing countries, which was, getting really, really very acute. And Herrhausen said that this situation did not allow to be silent about it any longer, and one had to think about a partial debt relief. Now, it is reported in various books and even a TV program that he earned a storm of rejection from his colleagues. There is a program of the Arte TV, which was sent in the 18th of November 2002 about Herrhausen. And in that, they report that a Catholic priest who was a close friend of Herrhausen, he reports that Herrhausen told him that he no longer could cover up for a system where a few people make gigantic profits and a large number of the human species does not make it. He said this system could not prevail, and therefore he was in favor of debt relief. Now, that was obviously already the cardinal sin which would cost him his life. So on November 28th, about, a little bit more than 2 weeks after the Berlin Wall had come down, Helmut Kohl published his famous 10-point program, which was a proposal for the confederation of the two German states. It did not yet talk about unification, it talked about a confederation. And, this was probably the only baby step a German chancellor made in the post-war history in the direction of sovereignty, because he announced this 10-point program without discussing it either with his coalition partner Genscher nor the Allies. Now, 2 days later, on November 30th, Herrhausen, who was probably the best and closest advisor of Helmut Kohl, got killed. Now, it was generally understood among leading layers in Germany at the time that this was a message saying, don't dare to go in the direction of a sovereign German policy. Now, a few days later, at an EU meeting in Strasbourg, everybody started to attack Kohl for that 10-point program. And Kohl reported later that this meeting in Strasbourg were the blackest hours of his life. Now, what happened subsequently was, that Germany was forced to give up the D-Mark, follow the dictate of the financial oligarchy, accept the euro, give up the D-Mark, and basically submit to the Maastricht dictate, which was the idea to contain Germany in the supranational structure of the EU Commission. And therefore, basically the unique chance which German unification represented was gone. At that time, there was the chance to create a peace order, because when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was no more enemy. You could have rearranged the world. You could have integrated Russia into the NATO, which Russia had even suggested at some point, you could have created a new security architecture which would have been the basis for peace. Now, we, the LaRouche movement, proposed first the productive triangle, which was the idea to integrate the economic realm between Paris, Berlin, and Vienna. And when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, we extended that program into the Eurasian land bridge, which then became many years later the new Silk Road, and today is the Belt and Road Initiative. But that could have been in 1991 already the basis for a new peace order. But that was not what the powers to be wanted. We remember Margaret Thatcher, the evil witch, who called Germany at that time the Fourth Reich. Now, Kohl, was not a new Hitler. This was absolutely absurd. But, she did not like the German unification. Mitterrand, we only know from Jacques Attali, the advisor of Mitterrand, that supposedly Mitterrand threatened Germany with war if they would go in the direction of not accepting the euro. Well, what was the game? They, by all means, wanted to prevent that a sovereign, unified Germany would engage in a partnership with Russia. There was a study of the CIA in 1991, which said that the Russian scientists were better educated and the Russian labor force was better educated than that of the United States, that Russia had more raw materials, and therefore the economic development of Russia had to be suppressed, or else they would develop a competitor on the world markets which could not be contained. Now, they implemented then, the shock therapy, which reduced the Russian industrial capacity up to down to 30% from 91 to 94. The Russian economist Sergei Glaziev wrote a book about this period, which he called Genocide, which we published at the time. In any case, it was to be prevented that the German scientific and technological potential of the German industry would ally with the potential of Russia. Now, that was basically the reason why Herrhausen was killed, and shortly afterwards, Detlef Rohwedder, who was a very famous and actually very decent industrialist in the tradition of Rhineland capitalism. He had become the head of Treuhand, which was the organization which was supposed to privatize the state-owned companies of the GDR, which were, under socialism, publicly owned. And he was supposed to privatize them. But then he realized that the social consequences of this reckless privatization, which was suggested, were absolutely unacceptable. And he said, no, we will do it not like that. And he coined the famous slogan, first reorganization, then privatization, to make it socially acceptable. Now he, as Herrhausen, were killed by the Phantom RAF, the Phantom Red Army faction, third generation, which nobody ever saw. There were even TV programs in the first channel, German TV, which said it's doubtful that it ever existed. And, it may very well have been a fiction by intelligence services in order to have the capability to assassinate these people. Now, after Rohwedder was killed, Birgit Breuil, who was a banker's daughter, was taking over Treuhand, and she ruthlessly went for the privatization of nationally owned enterprises. Now, the effect this had on the people in East Germany up to the present day, many of them, and I have talked to some of them, have the feeling that their entire life was stolen. Their identity of the GDR life, which they had grown up for decades, was stolen. And, still there are several organizations who do not accept October 3rd, which is the national holiday celebrating the German unification. Now, Herrhausen had told to his presidium of his bank on the same day where Kohl had announced the 10-point program on the November 28th that he wanted to pursue a deep restructuration of the financial system to remedy the debt crisis of the Third World. And it is reported by books and also his wife that Rolf Preuer, the chief of the Deutsche Bank at the time, that the other colleagues of the presidium completely rejected his ideas. Mrs. Herrhausen reports that her husband came home completely depressed this evening, and in the morning before the assassination, Herrhausen said, "I don't know if I will survive this." An hour or so later, he got killed. So what happened basically is that the basically what this series of murders did to the German political life is that fear has been dominant ever since, and today you have a climate in Germany where people don't dare to deviate from the official line. And right now, basically for the moment, Germany has lost all sovereignty. Germany is right now completely in the grip of NATO, and is pursuing policies which I believe are implying the danger of escalation to a nuclear war. So the reason why we have to think back about this period, and also remembering what FDR said about we have to fear nothing but fear itself. Well, we are right now at the verge of both nuclear war, but we also could be at the verge of a completely new world economic order where many countries of the global south are already pursuing a policy in the tradition of Mahatma Gandhi, of the non-aligned movement, of Martin Luther King, of non-violence, of a win-win cooperation among sovereign states. And I think that, if we want to honor the memory of such people as Mahatma Gandhi, who was killed too, of people who have been fighting for a new world economic order, alleviating and eliminating the poverty in the developing countries, like Herrhausen was intending to do, and as my late husband for sure was the most prominent fighter of his lifetime, then we should really learn the lesson of this and do everything we can to establish a just new world economic order.
Thank you very much, Helga. And I think that's a lesson in German history that many Germans should pay attention to, as well as people in the rest of the world. If you're just joining us, this is a Schiller Institute Symposium, Resurrect the True Mission of John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., Stop NATO's World War, and Dismantle the International Assassination Bureau. Our next speaker is Cliff Kirikoff. Cliff is an author, an educator, a professor, former senior staff member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and an expert on the international terror networks that are deployed for assassination. So Cliff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Harley. It's great to be with you, and thank our viewers for watching. Today I'll have some brief remarks, less than 10 minutes, I hope, and focuses on globalists and world politics, the new fascism that we're confronting today around the world. And who are we talking about, the globalists? Principally, we're talking about high finance, bankers, and big business. These transnational elites forming a transnational oligarchy. And this transatlantic oligarchy is the major part of that structure. Next week, our globalists are meeting in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum, and you can follow it a little bit, perhaps in the local press or on the internet. This is a consensus building mechanism for the global elites. There will be high-level American officials participating, as well as other American representatives. These consensus building mechanisms, like the WEF, build consensus for policy, internal policy, domestic policy, as well as foreign policy and international policy, military policy, foreign policy. So this is policy oriented. There are other such mechanisms, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, Le Cercle Pinet, and a number of other organizations that coordinate and build consensus for policy among these global elites. I'd like to talk briefly and introduce a little bit of historical context. Helga got us through the 70s and 80s really well, and 90s. I'd like to go back to the 19th century and European intellectual currents that actually formed the basis for fascism in the 20th century. Some of these ultra-conservative intellectual currents included Joseph de Maistre, de Bonald, Friedrich Nietzsche, etc. Napoleon himself constructed a police state very carefully. So the background for the 20th century fascism, we can see beginning in the 19th century, which we need to bear in mind. Back then, in this era, late 19th century, into the 1920s, 1930s fascism, there was a shadowy group of high-level, high finance and businessmen formed clubs, and behind this ideology called synarchy, which they called it. That's the opposite, in their view, of anarchy. They didn't want anarchy or communism or any other form that they couldn't control, politically control. So they developed intellectual ideas, concepts, and techniques for imposing synarchy, that is to say, a controlled society. Orwell, of course, talked about that in his 1984 book, this idea of a controlled society, just what the folks at Davos will be talking about next week. The development of the synarchy movement was a secretive movement in Europe and formed the basis of various fascist formations in Europe in the 1930s. France was a key actor in the synarchy movement. Various French elites, banking elites, business elites, etc., were involved in this sort of shadowy elite policy making. They also had links to Nazi Germany, and they had further links to the United Kingdom, particularly the Fabian Society in England, another shadowy kind of a group. So what we see then developing in the 1920s, 1930s are intellectual trends supporting fascist politics. And of course, World War II, we fought to oppose that and end it. But after World War II, these networks reestablished themselves. So World War II really didn't eliminate these synarchist, Nazi, and other sorts of networks. They just sort of reorganized themselves and repackaged themselves. I'm just going to take a couple minutes and illustrate this by referring, I'm a historian and political scientist, so I like my books. I'm going to refer to a book written by a Harvard professor, and it was published in 1947, just a couple of years after the end of World War II. Professor William Langer. He was a famous professor during his day at Harvard and nationally. He served in World War II in the OSS, the intelligence organization back in that day, and he later advised our intelligence community after World War II. He states about his book that its publication has been authorized by the Department of State, by the War Department, and by the director of the former Office of Strategic Studies, OSS, and that was the intelligence service we had at that time. Now, I'm going to turn to page 167 and 68. And I'm going to read what he wrote in 1947 about these fascist elites that we had just defeated in World War II. And he's talking about the policy of collaboration of a famous Frenchman at the time. And he said his policy of collaboration with Germany could count on more than enough eager supporters among French industrial and banking interests. In short, among those who even before the war had turned to Nazi Germany and to Hitler as the savior of Europe from communism. These elements, these people were as good of fascists as any in Europe. They dreaded the Popular Front like the plague. They were convinced that they could prosper even under Hitler's iron rod. Many of them had long, extensive experience and intimate business relations with German interests and were still dreaming, wait for it, of a new system called synarchy, which meant, according to Professor Langer, which meant government of Europe on fascist principles by an international brotherhood of financiers and industrialists. He said, many important banking groups must be included in this category. And he named a number of French banking groups and pointed to a particular one, the Bank Worms, headed by a banker by the name of Hippolyte Worms, but also other banks, famous banks in France, top banks. I would point out that the Bank Worms was linked to the British through the Anglo-Dutch shell interests, but that's another story. Our own ambassador to London, Ambassador Biddle, himself said in early 42, this group of synarchists should be regarded not as Frenchmen any more than their corresponding members in Germany should be regarded as Germans. For the interests of both groups are so intermingled as to be indistinguishable. Their whole interest is focused upon furtherance of their industrial and financial stakes. So next week, as you read the newspapers and check the internet for news about the World Economic Forum, you can Google it, and the literally hundreds, if not, I don't know, several thousand people who are meeting in Davos, Switzerland next year. Among that group are going to be, your inner circle, which we could call the synarchists or the globalists, laying out policies that are to come. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and just emphasize that Professor Langer was not imagining things. He was a leading figure in U.S. intelligence. For those in the French audience who are watching, I'll hold up my little book, Synergie, maybe it's backwards in this, Synergie by Geoffroy de Charnay, which was a pen name. And this little book was written in 1945, exposing these networks of businessmen and bankers. I would point out finally that one of the leading vectors of this synarchist ideology in the United States became in New York City, of course, among the bankers in New York, was particularly the Lazard Bank, which was Lazard Frères Bank in France. So what we see again is networking of businessmen and high finance, and then creating policies for the politicians under their authority, let's say, or under their influence. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Harley.
Thank you, Cliff. And let me just add, besides bankers and industrialists, their role in shaping the intelligence community, which is extremely important. For those who have questions, we'll have a chance to take up some of the questions after the next two speakers. You can send them to us at questions@schillerinstitute.org. Our next speaker is going to be Claudio Celani, who is the editor of the Strategic Alert Service of the Executive Intelligence Review in Europe and one of the leaders of the intelligence group we have in Wiesbaden, Germany. Claudio?
Yes, hi Harley, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine, Claudio.
So thank you for inviting me to speak this evening. It's evening here in Germany. I guess it's morning in the United States and afternoon in the rest of the world. The topic that Dennis invited me to speak about would require at least an entire day, which we, of course, we don't have. But I would invite all those who want to know more of what I'm gonna talk about to look at two articles which I have written and published in the EIR, and maybe David can show them. The first one is how the British killed the alliance between Kennedy and Mattei. Yes, there it is, which was published in June 5, in the June 5, 2009 issue of the EIR, number 22. And the next one is a four-part series on the so-called strategy of tension in Italy, which is a long period of terrorist attacks in Italy, culminating with the assassination, with the kidnapping and assassination of Aldo Moro, the former prime minister. There is a red line that goes through these events, the Moro case, the Mattei case, the Kennedy case, the Martin Luther King case, and Herrhausen case. And it's not only the fact that we very often find the same agency which materially kills these people, these leaders. The PERM index has been mentioned, the Murder Incorporated, but not only the agency, but also the who gives the orders, and what the two policies are which are in conflict, the policy which these figures represented, and the policies of their enemies. So let's start with the case of Mattei and Kennedy. Until a few years ago, I was not aware of how similar these two leaders were and how close they were. Enrico Mattei is the most important political and economic figure in the post-war Italy in the 2 decades from 1943 to 1962, the year when he was assassinated. He was a partisan leader. He was a leader of the Catholic partisan groups in the resistance. And then he became a politician and economic manager. He was given the task soon after the war, he was given the task to liquidate the national oil company, which had basically no oil, no budget, nothing. But Mattei understood the importance of a national oil company, an agency that would provide the country with indispensable source of power for reconstruction and economic development. So he disobeyed the orders to liquidate this company, whose name was Agip, and instead built this up in a giant multinational. And he started with a trick. He told his government that he had found oil in the northern Italian plains, and he organized to put some oil on the ground and have the government leaders to come and see that, and therefore he was given then the permission actually to go ahead with his plans. So this was not true, but he soon discovered large gas fields in northern Italy, and by building a huge network of gas pipelines. Mattei provided cheap and abundant energy for the reconstruction in Italy. Then he turned towards oil-producing countries. And at that time, the oil market was dominated by the so-called Seven Sisters. Now, these Seven Sisters, some of them were Americans, but basically who played the music there were the Anglo-Dutch French companies, which had divided among themselves the largest oil producers like Iraq and Saudi Arabia at that time. So Mattei tried to enter this market, and he was rejected by these oil companies. And he was furious about it. So what he did, he went to other countries like Egypt, and he started a revolutionary practice. Instead of offering a 50-50 sharing of incomes from oil that he would find, he offered a 25-75 sharing, where 75 would be the part that the producing country would get, and he would get only 25%. Not only that, but he also offered to train local manpower in the technology of oil exploration and build schools for that, and also investments. So he quickly became the enemy of the cartel. But Mattei tried always to find an agreement, and he tried to get especially a dialogue going on with the United States. And the opportunity came in 1956 with the Suez crisis. Now, in 1956, the British, the French, and the Israelis launched an invasion attempt against Egypt. And they were blocked by President Eisenhower. And this was a crushing defeat for them. In that moment, the Italian leadership, the Italian government, Mattei pushed the Italian government to offer the United States to Italy for Italy to become the preferential partner in the Mediterranean, and dump the British for this. And they started an operation which was not successful immediately because of many problems, political problems in Italy. But he was. I discovered that when the oil companies went to protest with Eisenhower against Mattei, that Eisenhower told them, "Well, I like the guy. He's a self-made man. These are market rules. He wants to have his share of the market." So there was a big potential for that. And this potential could be realized only later when President Kennedy was elected. Kennedy immediately started to look favorably, he and his team, to Mattei's operations in Italy. Mattei and his allies in the Christian Democratic Party, which he was a member of, they realized that they needed a different government coalition in order to bring the country forward. The Christian democracy didn't have the absolute majority, and therefore they had to rule in coalition with other parties, including right-wing parties like the liberal parties. And they were always blocking development initiatives. So they decided that maybe it was the time to involve the Socialist Party, which was in the opposition. And at that time, the Socialist Party was pretty much pro-Soviet Union and against NATO. So they started an operation to bring the Socialist Party into the Western camp, and the Kennedy administration looked very favorably to this. So they sent an emissary to Italy, several emissaries, and one of them was George Ball. George Ball in 1962 was in Italy, and he was very impressed from what he saw there, and sent a report to the administration. He was very much impressed by what was going on in the Vatican, the Vatican Council, the Council Vatican II, because this was a real break with the Vatican tradition of alliance with the oligarchy, with the anti-Semitic faction in the Vatican, and it was an opening to the Third World. And the mastermind of that council, which had been launched by Pope John the 23rd, was Cardinal Montini, who then became Pope Paul VI. And Montini, Paul VI, he was a close friend of Mattei. He was the protector of the leadership of the Christian Democratic Party and all Mattei allies. So he, George Ball sent a report, very impressed by what was going on and by the fact that Italy was living a very strong economic growth of 6% per year in the last had in the last 10 years, and then this report ends saying maybe we have found the ally we were searching for. So this laid the basis for a trip of Mattei to the United States in 1962, where he would meet Kennedy at the White House. He would be given a title honoris causa in some prestigious US universities. And this would be the blessing, official blessing of the United States to his project of being Italy, the preferential ally of the United States in the Mediterranean. Now, Mattei could not do this because he was killed on the 27th of October, 1962, before going to the United States, before starting this travel, which had been planned in all details. He was killed while he was trying. He had been in Sicily, and with his private plane was going back to Milan to his headquarters in the evening of that day. And after they gave they connected to the airport in Milan, then suddenly the airplane stopped communication and crashed at the outskirts of Milan in Bescapè. There was immediately an investigation commission which came to the conclusion that this was an accident, and this is very similar to the investigation on the Kennedy assassination. Now, the truth came out many, many years ago. After that, in 1992, the anniversary of the death of Mattei, we organized as EIR and as Schiller Institute, we organized a conference in Milan where we had many speakers who had known Mattei, had been his collaborators, and Helga also was there. Also, she gave a speech. And at the end of the conference, we wrote a statement signed by everybody calling for reopening investigations on Mattei's death. And one of the members of his partisan organization, whose name is Raffaele Morini, spoke at our conference. And after the conference, he came to a prosecutor in Milan, bringing some arrests of Mattei's plane, which he had kept for all these years. And thanks to modern techniques, the prosecutor reopened the investigation. He was able then to find out traces of explosive on those debris. So reopened the investigation, and he called in the only witness who was there, who had said that he had seen a blizzard in the sky, a big light, and then an explosion. This was the evidence, of course, that this was an attack. Unfortunately, the trial lasted a lot, and this witness died in the meantime. He was very old. So at the end, the judge, his name is Vincenzo Calia, closed the investigation without being able to issue any warrant. But the evidence was there. This was an assassination. Now, the Murder Incorporated, there are hints that Murder Incorporated was deployed for that assassination. Witnesses say that a couple of days before Mattei was in Sicily, in Catania, in that same town, a member of the Permindex Assassination Bureau was seen there. This was the famous Carlos Marcello, the head of the mafia in New Orleans. His real name is Calogero Minacori. This is the guy, he's the owner of the air taxi company where David Ferry was working. So the connection is there. Of course, we cannot prove this, but we have the historical evidence. Historical evidence is that in the summer of 1962, before Mattei was killed, he was striking a deal with Iraq because the new government of Iraq had kicked the British out of the country, and the oil company of Iraq was ready to sign a deal with Mattei's oil company, Eni. And we have now, thanks to the work of some journalists, friends of mine like Giovanni Fasanella and some former collaborators of Mattei, like Benito Livigni, documents were found which are declassified in the Foreign Office in London, where the British ambassador reports to London that this is going to be very dangerous for us, and this dossier, the dossier on Mattei, must move out of the trade ministry into the intelligence. This is a matter of intelligence. And this guy said that the British oil companies consider Mattei as a wart. A wart is you know, something wrong on your skin which has to be eliminated. One day before Mattei was assassinated, the Financial Times came out with an article saying Mattei is on his way out, something like this. I don't have the exact quotes. So the historical evidence is there. And the reason why they killed him is because of the empire, which was threatened by what Mattei was doing and what he the support he was going to receive from the United States. This alliance would have shifted the balances in the Mediterranean and would have changed history. I think I should go very quick to the second item. Harley, tell me if I have to stop, but at least I have to mention the other case which I was asked to mention, that is the Moro case. Now, Aldo Moro was part of the group of Mattei in the Christian Democracy. Actually, Mattei considered Moro to be the most capable man to carry out his political design for Italy, the inclusion of the Socialist Party in the alliance, government alliance with the Christian Democracy. And in fact, Moro was the prime minister for that government. But now forward to 1978, actually 1976, at a certain point, Moro and his allies in the Italian Christian Democracy realized that they need to change again the political landscape in Italy. And they realized that the Communist Party of Italy, which had been all the time in the opposition, they shared more common views with them than with some of their government allies. And Moro started an operation to give the Communist Party the chance to demonstrate that they were, fully democratic and fully able to stick to constitutional values and laws, which actually they had helped to write in the post-war. So started his policy, which had several names. The most famous of it is the historical compromise. The idea was to associate the Communist Party of Italy in government responsibility progressively and give them the chance to demonstrate that you can count on them, that they are, they have cut their ties with Moscow and the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, etc., etc. Don't forget that we are in the period of the Cold War, where we have NATO and the Warsaw Pact facing each other, totally armed with conventional and nuclear weapons, etc. So this is when this policy started, the alarm bells rang again in Britain, and thanks to the work on declassified material, now we can read the many of the dispatches which were sent from the British Embassy to London, and the discussion which took place in the Foreign Office in London concerning Moro's policy. Now, the British still considered the Mediterranean and Italy their domain. And at one point in 1976, the records show that there was a meeting at the Foreign Office in Britain, in London, with diplomats, but also the heads of the military, where they discussed the possibility of making a coup d'etat, a military coup in Italy to stop Moro's policy. After a discussion, then they conclude that a military coup would fail because the military would split and half would go with them and the other half would go against, and this would therefore fail. So they say, okay, then we decide for another operation. And the next page in the records is censored. You cannot read it. So they go for the other operation. This is 1976. And the other operation is most probably what then happened, that the terrorist group called the Red Brigades on 16th of March 1978 kidnapped Aldo Moro, kept him prisoner for 55 days, and at the end they killed him on the 9th of May 1978. Now, after the assassination of Moro, politics has changed dramatically in Italy. In the direction of globalization policy, which Mr. Kirakov has just mentioned. After Moro's assassination, liberalizations were implemented, the national debt increased exponentially, etc., etc., etc. I see that Harley is looking at me. I think my time is expired. But just let me tell you this, and I concluded. There are ample evidence that behind the Red Brigades that kidnapped Aldo Moro, not communist, but fascist or Nazi networks were deployed, which overlap with the stay-behind networks run by NATO. They are not the same thing, but they overlap. That is, the stay-behind operation, which in Italy was called Gladio, was infiltrated by neo-fascist and fascist and right-wing pro-British forces. And the head of these forces is the main British agent in Italy. His name is Count Edgardo Sogno Rata del Vallino. So it's a long name. He's an aristocrat, of course. And at one point, there was a negotiation to liberate Moro, but then the order came to the Red Brigades, and the head of the Red Brigades was a man of this guy, of this network. His name is Mario Moretti. From where did the orders come? The orders came most probably from a place higher than this Italian string puller, than Count Sogno. They most probably came from a British agent called Hubert Howard. This is a very important aristocratic family, and this guy has been MI6, psychological warfare branch, and he was actually married into the famous Caetani family, oligarchical family in Italy, which he took over because he married a princess there and became the head of the family. Now, the Caetani, the Via Caetani and the Caetani Palace is where Moro's corpse was left by the Red Brigades. And in 1978, we published, after the assassination of Moro, we published a report, a dossier, which maybe David can show here, the dossier, the Moro dossier, where we pointed to the British network behind the assassination of Moro. Now, I think this is September, October 1978. And the papers which I reported about to you, they were discovered many, many years later, a few years ago, but we were already on the point. And in this report, we point to this place, Palazzo Caetani, and the people who live there, because during the work we did to write the report and the researches we did, we were told by some people connected to intelligence, which was investigating already on this group, on this center. So I think I stop here, make everybody happy, and I'm ready for questions in the question and answer period.
Okay, well, there's a lot there, but it's all very important. So thank you for that, Claudio. Our next speaker is someone who I've had the privilege of being interviewed by in the past, someone who's a journalist, an investigative journalist, a podcaster, and a man committed to getting behind the story, which is what an investigative journalist should do. Our next speaker is Garland Nixon. Garland, welcome to the program. You're muted.
There we go. Thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, so what I'd like to talk about, I'm going to start my timer here. What I'd like to talk about briefly is where we are today and what's going on. I think that we are in a time of great danger, and I think that we are also in a time of great opportunity, and obviously the two are inextricably linked. Let's talk a bit about that. Where we are today, I think from a perspective of paradoxical things that seem to be difficult, but I think will work out for the betterment for all of us. And I think I'll start with Europe, the EU, and NATO. I have, made the argument, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, that NATO and the EU are simply umbrella organizations, that the United States uses these two organizations to bring together their colonies in Europe and to exercise, in the instance of EU, to exercise authority over the domestic and cultural policies, and in the instance of NATO, to exercise power of attorney, shall we say, over the foreign policy, and brings the two of them together for that. And after World War II, certainly the Soviet Union absorbed Eastern Europe and used that as kind of a buffer zone between Eastern Europe and who they saw as, the French, the Germans. Every 100 years, the Westerners decided that they had to, get froggy and come over and try to take out Russia / the Soviet Union, their society. And in the West, something interesting happened, and that was the United States empire then determined, well, we will take all of Western Europe. However, and this is, as you know, it's much more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying things, but one of the things that had to happen was the Soviet Union made it clear, we're taking these countries, they are not autonomous, they are under our umbrella, we own them, we make their decisions, and we'll give them as much authority as we determine that they should have, which was not much. The U.S. empire, however, needed to do something differently. They needed to do the same thing, to take full control of Western Europe, the former colonial powers and actually the present colonial powers at that time, but they needed to maintain an illusion of autonomy, an illusion of independence, an illusion of sovereignty to Western European. Of course, they take France, they take, of course, the UK is part of the U.S. empire, and with them, they get the Middle East, and they get the African colonies, etc. So the U.S. would take all of this stuff. The problem was that they felt that the European people would not be amenable to simply being absorbed into the U.S. empire, that the European people would desire some level of independence, sovereignty, and democracy. So what they had to do was work to ensure that the ruling elite class, who knew the score, who knew what was going on, that they're the comprador class, that their job, they understood their job, and that was good. They were good at it, and their job was to maintain that illusion, to work for the U.S. empire, to work for their bosses in Washington, D.C. and London, but to fool and bamboozle the citizenry into believing that their prime ministers, presidents, etc., were working on their behalf. One of the things that has happened with the Ukraine conflict is that veil, that veneer of democracy and sovereignty has been lifted. And so now the people of Europe, the people of the U.S. colonies throughout Europe are the ones who can, the ones who desire to, are able to see the reality that their leaders no longer work on their behalf. I think that's a positive and a good thing, in that you cannot resolve a problem, you cannot address a problem until you understand the nature of the problem. I think that is a positive thing, and that creates an environment wherein that it is now, I believe, an eventuality that the people of Europe will work to replace the class, the ruling elite class that they have. You know, Prince Harry, I think something that was very telling. Recently, Prince Harry apparently has a book coming out, and one of the statements that he made was that he was flying his helicopter in Afghanistan, and he shot, the number he gave us was 25, I'm sure it's much higher, but that 25 people he killed, and he didn't feel, you know, the remorse wasn't there that possibly should have been, because he didn't view them as humans, he viewed them as chess pieces on a board. And what we can learn from that is, in the same way that he viewed those people, he views his own citizenry. That's how the ruling elite class looks at the citizenry of their countries, no different than he looked at those people through the sights of this helicopter gunship. So I think what's happening is that the people of the U.S. empire and its colonies are being awakened by the circumstances in Ukraine, and I think that's positive. Now, keep in mind also something else, and these are my positions, these are something that I believe the empire is rapidly declining, it's deflating. And a deflating empire's biggest fear is internal dissent. Right now, the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, a small group, not, you know, relatively small political party out of St. Petersburg and St. Louis, and they're building basketball courts and making small grocery stores with fresh vegetables, and they're working, you know, their revolutionary plan, you know, albeit not a gigantic plan, but their revolutionary plan. And within the context of their constitutional rights, the FBI is going all out to get them, to take them out, this small group. Why? Because the empire is horrified. The empire is horrified of internal dissent and internal uprisings. And I see the U.S. empire now like a drowning man, in that he's fallen in the water, he can't swim, he's in panic, and he's grabbing in every direction. They're reaching for everything. Social media, they've got to stop dissent and discussions on social media. They've got to create ghost inspectors to be afraid of and place them on social media. And then they've got to monitor and control the discussion about that. They have to, anything that resembles a revolutionary movement or pushback or dissent in the United States or in the media, they have to control that. They have to have a completely compliant media. And we could look at that as a frightening thing. We could look at that as an upsetting thing, but I think it is indicative of a discredited ruling elite class that knows they're discredited, and they're scrambling and struggling in every way they can to hold on to power, and they are at war. And I'm not going to take too much time. I'm only going to go about 10 minutes, but I will end up by saying, who are they at war with? Who is the U.S. empire at war with? Is it at war with Iran? Yeah. Is it at war with Russia? Yeah, broadly speaking. And when we talk about full spectrum wars, is it at war with Russia? Yeah. Is it at war? What is, but broadly speaking, what is that? The U.S. empire, in my opinion, is at war with modernity. The world changes. The great powers rise, empires fall, and the U.S. sees that there are great powers rising all over. And it's like whack-a-mole. It's trying to push those great powers down in any way, shape, and form it can. And they're rising too quickly. They're rising too powerfully, because they are rising organically. So if you look at the adversaries of the U.S. empire, who the U.S. empire sees as its adversaries, because these countries in most instances say, can we resolve our issues diplomatically? Can we resolve our issues without violence? And the U.S. says, no, we can't, because we do not seek détente. We seek domination over everything, and the world is changing. And if you're trying to dominate a world that's organically changing, you're not fighting the countries and the individual countries. You're fighting organic change. You're fighting modernity. So any country that has a strong central government, because countries with strong central governments tend to want to, strong central government will hold the country together. They want independence, they want sovereignty, and that can hold the fabric of a culture and people together to maintain a consistent set of beliefs. And the United States is at war with that. And let me add, lastly, I'll say this, which means that the U.S. is also at war with itself. And that's the fight against dissent. There are people in this country that want a strong central government. They want a government, but they want a strong central government that acts on behalf of its constituents, as opposed to what our discredited ruling elite wants, which is a strong central government that acts on behalf of a few oligarchs, but appears to act, that they maintain the illusion that this government is acting on behalf of the people. So I think there are times right now that are dangerous, in that this dangerous empire that we live in is striking out in all directions, and it's unpredictable. But I think we also can look at the times that we are in with great opportunity, understanding that the people of the world who have not been represented in Europe by their government, who have not been represented in the United States by their government, who has been oppressed throughout what we call now the developing nations, what we call the third world before, has been oppressed by the U.S. empire and the colonial powers in Europe, now have other options for economic growth. So I think we can be concerned that our work is important, to do everything we can to stop World War III and to stop a nuclear exchange. But at the same time, we can feel that our work is important because there's a vision for us to work towards. And I think now, in this dangerous time, the opportunity for that vision to be realized is upon us. Thank you.
Garland, thank you. That was very compact and very compelling, and I hope you'll be sticking around for the questions. What we're going to do now is have a chance for some of the questions that have been coming in. I have a whole notebook full of questions. We'll try to get to as many as we can, and then we'll be joined by the two next speakers, maybe a third speaker, at the bottom of the hour. So just let me start by, for those who are just joining us, this is a Schiller Institute Symposium, Resurrecting the True Mission of John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King, Stop NATO's World War, and Dismantle the International Assassination Bureau. And as you might imagine, there are a number of questions on Assassination Bureau, but Helga, let me start with you, if you're there, and maybe we can bring the other people up on the screen. Any impression you have from the presentation so far?
Well, I think I can only agree with Mr. Garland Nixon that this is a time of incredible danger. As a matter of fact, I think the danger of that this all ends up in a nuclear war is very real. But on the other side, a new world is emerging, and one can only hope that enough people in the United States and in Europe get reasonable and say, the world is there to cooperate and not to confront each other. It would be very, very easy to resolve almost any problem in the world if such a spirit of cooperation could be instilled.
And before we get to the questions, is there anyone else who would like to make a short comment on what you've heard so far? I have questions for all of you, so you won't be left out.
I'll make a short comment, very brief, and that is, I think this is an important conference, an important forum, because as I always say, you cannot understand how to address an issue until you understand the depth of it. You can't understand a creature until you understand what it's capable of and how it acts. And I think it's important for people who have been living in a reality in which they think that their governments are legitimate and that they're voting in people, and those people are acting within the confines of democracy, understand that behind this veneer of legitimacy, that there are very violent people who are lying to us, who must be accounted for and understood. And I think it's very important that we've had people come in today who have exposed the reality and exposed the historical actions that help our citizens understand the discredited ruling elite class that we're dealing with and the things that they have done to discredit themselves. So I want to thank everyone for the information that I've learned today.
Okay, Dennis?
Yeah, I just would like to point out that what Cliff Kirchhoff has presented and what Ray has done, if you think about this, there's another tradition, in other words, in American intelligence, which is being alluded to. And maybe there might be more, either Cliff, you could say, or Ray, you might say, because obviously, you know, on the one hand, we can talk about, and it's proper to talk about, powerful institutions that are dominating the world. But then again, there's an American tradition. That's what we were hearing with Kennedy. And of course, Kennedy's war with his generals and with people in intelligence. And I think the reason I want to reference it is because, as I think was said by Dmitry Peskov, I believe it was, if you want to stop the war in Ukraine, just have the United States stop sending money. The war will stop in a week. When you say that, however, doing it is something different, and it does have to be something that does originate from the United States. So I think everybody in the world is looking to see whether or not some people are going to stand up in the way that persons in the past that we alluded to will do so. And Ray, I want to thank you in particular for your references to what Fannie Lou Hamer and what James Lawson had to say about their idea of what the role of the individual is in doing this. And people that don't have power, may not have an intelligence background, don't have money, aren't from political families, but can have a decisive impact.
To follow that up, Dennis, there was a question that I'd like to give to Cliff and to Ray. Someone asked, from the description of synarchy, it sounds a lot like Eisenhower's description of the military-industrial complex. And would you agree with that? So Cliff and then Ray.
Well, sure. Eisenhower, let's remember, was the supreme Allied commander in Europe, fighting the Nazi military-industrial complex. And if you look at Eisenhower's military intelligence, one of his key officers, I think it was a major or a colonel, maybe he was a Colonel Cohen, but at any rate, they thoroughly understood the nature of the German war machine and military-industrial complex, which was banking and industrialists backing up the military machine. So in response to the question, yes, Eisenhower thoroughly understood from his own background. As a matter of fact, he was involved very early, even after World War I in the 1920s, 1930s, under MacArthur, founding the what was then called the Industrial College of the Armed Forces. But that had an analytical dimension to analyze orders of battle and industrial growth, et cetera, potential enemies and all of that, like Germany. So yes, and the synarchy, as I pointed out, Professor Langer's book is called Our Vichy Gamble. Langer was advising the OSS in World War II, and then CIA and the intelligence community after World War II. Langer specialized in modern European history. He wrote several very fascinating books. And what he's revealing here about this network, synarchy network, is quite interesting, because what's happened is this: while we were fighting in World War II against these people, post-World War II, they've penetrated the United States. Not only the United States business community through the Lazard and other networks in New York, not only penetrated the United States business community, but penetrated the United States government. So it's a counterintelligence problem that we face today. What are those, as we look around at various banking and business interests in the United States, or various high-level officials in our government, who are they really working for? Are they working for some foreign, transnational oligarchy? Or are they working for the American people, a point which Garland brought out so well? I mean, who are some of these people working for? Briefly,
so Cliff, let me just because we have a somewhat limited time, I'd like to throw this out to Ray also, because Dennis brought up the point that there is an alternative tradition, a different tradition than the Assassination Bureau in intelligence. I assume you would say that you were part of that different tradition. But I'd like your thoughts on the question of the relationship of synarchy or Eisenhower's military-industrial complex definition as you see it today. Oh, you're muted, Ray. You're muted. Still muted. Well, let's see if we can figure that out, because I have a couple other questions for you that have come in. Actually, one that I could throw out to Claudio, and also would like to hear from Helga and Cliff on this. If there's a connection between what we're seeing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay, you're on. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry if I interrupted someone.
No, go ahead.
In a nutshell, it must be stated that Eisenhower was very prescient in warning about this, but there wasn't, even then, a damn thing he could do about it. He warned about the military-industrial complex. Obvious the power that they had gained during the war and after the war. And he said that this power, whether it was deliberately gained or just an accident, is something one has to contend with. It's real. And the only antidote to the accretion of that power in an undemocratic way is a well-informed American citizenry. Teaching point here. We ain't got a well-informed American citizenry, and that is because of the media. And I've coined this, actually it's a dictionary now, Mickey Mat, okay? Now, if you have a pencil, you might want to take it down. It's the Mick was just the beginning. Now it's the military, industrial, congressional, intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex. The Mickey Mat, that rhymes sort of like with Mickey Mouse, okay? Why do I say media? As if in all caps, because the media is the fulcrum, it's the cornerstone. You can't do the Mickey Mat without the media. And fortunately for the Mickey Mat, they have the media controlled by the same multi-corporations that are profiteering, for example, on the war in Ukraine. So it's a main problem. The only reason that we can hope for change is these kinds of seminars where we can try to get the word out to the American people to make them less uninformed. Eisenhower was right. He was also right about a misinformed or uninformed or malnourished citizenry. That's our job. We have to nourish that. We have to get the truth out. Martin Luther King would be proud of us for doing so.
Thank you. This question I'd like to direct to Helga and to Cliff, since both of you are on the Ukrainian kill list, the Committee to Combat Disinformation, as I should say, for purposes of clarity, I am also. But the question was asked, what is the connection between the kill list, the Committee to Combat Disinformation, which essentially is a NATO Ukrainian kill list, and the assassination of Kennedy? Helga?
Well, I think, the aim of it is, I think also John Perkins, who wrote this book about the, what was the title again? The Economic Hitman. He describes, he self-confessed, because he said he was part of this apparatus. It's a way to control the system. And he describes how emissary of this banking order, however you want to call it. They first sent people to third world leaders and tell them, you better cooperate, here is a bribe. And if the leaders don't take the bribe, then, you know, they're being assassinated, or the threat of assassination. If their security is too well to do that, then the final level is to conduct actually war against them. Now, this system is really, it's there, and anybody who's, you know, knowledgeable about politics knows that there is an aura of terror. And the idea is that if you assassinate a couple of people, then maybe the other ones will be afraid and, you know, behave. So, you know, I think that when Kennedy basically dared to say the things he was saying, you know, about international cooperation in space, about, you know, the Vietnam War, about, you know, the absolute optimism of believing in science and technology being able to solve any problem the human race could face. All of these things are a violation of the order, because, you know, it starts really with the image of man. And if you look at the new global risk report since Cliff was talking about Davos, I had the pleasure, or lack of pleasure as you want to take it, to read the global risk report of Davos, which starts next week. And it's caremongering. I mean, the image of man is completely negative. You know, it's an intrusion in nature. It's creating problems. So, you know, if you dare to be an optimist, and if you dare to give people hope, and if you dare to say, you know, that man is a creative species, or mankind is a creative species, what Kennedy did, you know, then, you know, you're already making yourself suspicious, because the oligarchy works by keeping the population under control based on fear, on irrationality, on lowering their instincts to be as low as possible, because the lower they are, the more manipulable, the more easy it is to manipulate them. And, you know, I remember when I was in Poland in 1990 with the productive triangle, you know, people told me, no, corruption is good. You know, people who are corrupt are reliable. So if you are not corrupt, you are already a danger to the system. Anyway, so I think that people have to recognize that this is an evil system, and that the so-called rules-based order is not so, well, nobody has ever seen these rules. Nobody decided who makes these rules. But I think we have to return to a system of international law, the UN Charter, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. And the more people discuss these things, the better, and the more the chances are of humanity to get out of this.
Cliff, you have some thoughts on it?
Well, sure. It's a very interesting question. And I would just basically say that office in the Ukraine is a psychological warfare office. Nowadays, it's called cognitive warfare. And of course, it's to misinform and disinform global opinion about the situation in Ukraine. Now, how does it relate to the Kennedy assassination? I would point out that if, just as Helga has just said, President Kennedy was trying to have better relations with Russia, better, we can say, major power relations through diplomacy, rather than at present military coercion. Now, the similarity, I think, is the following. The purpose or the objective of these international groups, the globalists, Mickey Matt, but Mickey Matt doesn't put in the banking interest, and that takes you to a whole different place. At any rate, which is the fundamental place. At any rate, the objective at the present time of the globalists, of these networks, the Synergy networks, the objective is to prevent the United States from having good relations with Russia and good relations with China. That is to say, it's to prevent the cooperation of the 3 major global powers in a on a basis of peaceful coexistence. And what you have is you have this international oligarchy, we can call it the overworld, who seek to maintain their power over sovereign states. For example, the United States is really an occupied state. It's not really the US empire. It's the globalists' empire. It's the transnational oligarchy's empire. They're using us as a force, as a power. At any rate, that's a whole nother discussion. But this international oligarchy is over the policies of sovereign states. And this international oligarchy cooperates with the, we can call it the overworld. And this overworld cooperates with the international underworld, the world of the mafia, the world of criminal organizations. And that takes you into the Kennedy assassination and aspects of it, etc. So you have the overworld cooperating with the underworld. And what's in between is the sovereign states are being squeezed, and the publics of the sovereign states are, like George Orwell warned in 1984, are just becoming non-citizens and just.
I think we're losing you there, Cliff. We have about 10 more minutes for questions now. We'll come back to questions later after the next group, but I have a couple questions going back to what Ray talked about in terms of the Westmoreland comment in particular. So let's see if we can get a couple more in before the top of the hour, or bottom of the hour, I should say. This is from Sherry for you, Ray. Referring to the comments from Westmoreland, where does this kind of hate come from? And anybody else could take that after Ray.
It comes, in my view, from a deep feeling of insecurity and being threatened by the other. This history of slavery in our country is a reprehensible one. And once the enslaved people got their rights, there was a felt need to keep them down, to oppress them. It's the same the world over. And I'll be very brief. I'll just say that my theology can be summed up in an expression written by a Jesuit who went down to Salvador right after 5 of his colleagues were killed. His name was Dean Brackley, and it's very brief, so listen to it. Quote, "It all depends on who you think God is and how God feels when little people are pushed around." Okay, all right? This is the nub of it. This is the Abrahamic and also Muslim tradition. You take care of the widow, the orphan, the refugee, whether the refugee is white Ukrainian or colored Syrian, Afghan, Libyan. You take care of them. That's the dictate of justice. The rest, all frou-frou. Building churches? I don't recall Jesus saying anything about that. Being church? Yes, but being church is to pursue justice. And, you know, every now and then, high church officials speak out. And in the mid-70s, it's been that long, the American bishops spelled out what they meant by the preferential option for the poor. And what they said was, we'll spell it out for you. Here it is. No one is authorized or entitled to amass more wealth that he or she doesn't need when others lack the bare necessities of life, period, end quote. That's it. Now, oh, is that the redistribution of wealth? Yeah, it is. Totally Abrahamic, Christian, Muslim in origin. You take care of the little guy. And so, you know, this is the end of my little homily here, but The military-industrial complex does not take care of the little guy, and we have to make sure that to the degree Congress people will listen to us, we have to descend on them and say, look, this has got to stop. And the first way to stop it is by stopping sending $112 billion of our tax money on a fool's errand into Ukraine, the purpose of which is mostly just to enrich the military-industrial, congressional intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex.
If I
Anyone
may.
else want to comment on that one?
Yes, I'd like to.
Garland and then Dennis. Yeah, go ahead, Garland.
You know, the other thing I'd like to, I think it's important is to never underestimate the incestuous relationship between economics and racism. Let's not forget slaves were brought here because they were free labor. And so in order to justify free labor, you had to come up with a cover story with an exoteric argument. The esoteric internal was we got free labor, but outside you had to say, well, we can justify that because they're less than us, et cetera, et cetera. So oftentimes, well, I have yet to find a time when you see whether it's the abuse of and brutality towards the people in the Muslim world throughout the Middle East that just happen to be sitting on a pile of oil, or the Asians in Orientals throughout the Middle East, when there were all kinds of things there, everything from heroin that was a big part of the international drug trade to, of course, natural resources and the competition with the Soviet Union for natural resources. So it's always convenient that you can make excuses for killing a bunch of people, be they brown, yellow, or enslaving people or whatever, and you will always find that combined with that, there is an economic motive and there's economic gain. Of course, after slavery, what happened? When you look at the kind of things that were part of Jim Crow, such as, interestingly enough, they decided that when it was time to pick the crops, all of a sudden they would arrest a bunch of black people in the South, put them in prison, and then hire them out for pennies on the dollar to make money. So there is the evil of racism, there's the inherent humanity of racism, but never underestimate the connection between economics and between the ability to acquire cheap and free labor. And then meanwhile, what happens is this: we end up arguing over the evil and humanity of racism without bringing into it the issue of economics. Because when you bring it to economics, you find that the white working class and poor white workers are hurt, are damaged, and hurt by the economic part of the racism. And if that conversation were had, it may cause the white working class and the majority working class, whatever country it is, to see that they're being harmed by their economic betters, shall we say, and to maybe consider combining with the people of color or whatever group it is that is being exploited for financial gain. And I think it's important to always bring that issue of economics in, the issue of economic class, into the discussion of racism, because you'll find people being taken advantage of for free labor or cheap labor, again, at the expense of the poor and working class of the majority groups also.
And of course, that also gets to the whole question of the order that exists is an exploitative order that's taking advantage over many years of the population of the global South. We're just getting short. Claudio has his hand up. Dennis, you wanted to say something. Go ahead, Claudio.
Let Claudio go. I'm sure he'll be very, very short.
Yeah, let me pick up of what the last speaker has said on economics, because that's the key of everything. I mean, you go in a war mostly for economic reasons. Like we are now at the verge of the explosion of the entire financial system in a way much bigger than what we saw in 2008. And what's better than having a war and a state of war, an emergency, to implement the measures that you need when this thing is going to break out? I mean, in 2008, we have seen governments capitulate to central bankers who pulled out trillions of money to save the banks, And we are going to face now again a collapse of the system. Now, there is a very simple way to implement a solution to this, to go for what had to be done in 2008 and was not done. At that time, we pushed for a simple financial reform that would pull the rug under this complex and take the power out of them. And that was the Glass-Steagall reform. It's basically a bankruptcy reorganization of the system. So we will face this sooner or later. I don't have I can't say when the system is going to explode, but it's going to explode maybe this year already. So let's be prepared for that, because we don't want to have a repetition of 2008 when the solution was on the table, but governments gave into central banks and the population did not revolt. And let me briefly also answer the first question on the connection between the psychological warfare and the hit lists of the Kiev government and the assassination of Kennedy. I think the connection historically is the role of the British Empire. It's true what Cliff said about this transnational oligarchy, but in this transnational oligarchy, the British oligarchy, the British Empire, the British system plays leading role. And as a matter of fact, the propaganda office of Kiev is run by the British. There are PR companies from London that went there. They're running the whole thing. And the Kiev army has been, in the last years, reorganized and trained by the British, etc. So I think this is the connection, because what I could not say in my first presentation, but it's in my article on Kennedy and Mattei. Kennedy became the enemy number one for the British. And I know very little about it, but I think if somebody from you in the US, takes some time and goes to look into the British archives and British records, which now are declassified, like it has been done for the Italian cases of Mattei and more, etc. I think you find very interesting material, because what I found out, and it's on internet, you can find it yourself. I found out how Kennedy was an enemy for the British because of his decolonization policy. Kennedy criticized Eisenhower because he said Eisenhower is not strong enough on decolonization. Kennedy therefore he had sympathy for Mattei, because Mattei was also supporting liberation movements in North Africa and in the Middle East. And then at the end of 1962, beginning of 1963, the British thought they became paranoid. They were afraid that Kennedy would destroy their nuclear deterrence, because Kennedy at one point canceled the program from the United States to supply missiles to Britain, which were the only missiles that Britain could have to carry their nuclear weapons.
We're on a deadline here, so that we've got to move on. Dennis wanted to say something.
I told you it's going to be concise.
Go ahead, Dennis.
We got to give Claudio his own show. It's important, but let me just say something, because I have a question to pose, which I'll pose to Helga on this. And to do it, I have to bring a picture up just to show it to people. This is from an author by the name of Lothrop Stoddard. The Threat Against White World Supremacy, The Rising Tide of Color. Who was he? Well, Lothrop Stoddard was a prominent American historian. He was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. He was a founder member of the American Eugenics Society, and he was a board member of the American Birth Control League. He was the person that coined the term Untermensch that was then adopted by the Nazi Party. That is to say that while though there's an American myth about the inherent fascism of Germans, no, actually, that began here. Now, but the question is, and the Chinese were their main target. But the issue is, were they, today, is the oligarchy more upset about the fact that China, because it's Chinese, is emerging? Or are they more upset about the fact that 800 million plus people were taken by the Chinese out of poverty and because of the Chinese approach to Africa? I think it's more than a toss-up. And I just would say that I wanted to get a comment, if we could, if you have time, from Helga on this issue of the other that Ray raised. Because the idea of the benefit of the other is one of the fundamental principles of the Treaty of Westphalia. This is exactly what, as I understand, Helga's 10 principles are intended to sort of rejuvenate, resurrect in the whole discussion of diplomacy. And I think that what Ray said about that issue is really the most fundamental question. So if, Helga, you have something that you would say about that.
Well, I think that the racism, I look at it as a form of being crippled. Schiller had this idea that many people who have not developed their full potential are like crippled plants. And that's the image I have of people who are racist or who are, in any case, chauvinist or, like the present EU leadership, Joseph Borrell, who says the EU is a garden and the whole rest of the world is a jungle. I mean, these are people who are emotionally so crippled, because they obviously lack the full potential of humanity. And I also agree with Schiller, who said that people are, taken away of what everything you hate, you are losing, and everything you love, you gain. And I think, therefore, the people who are, sitting on a high horse and think they have to own castles and, billions, just the number of billionaires, I think, I don't know if the figure is correct, there are now 750 billionaires. Now, that's indecent because, I think multi-billionaires, there's no way how you can eat as much caviar and, spend all your money on Porsches and all of these things. So I'm convinced that these people may have a leisurely life and lots of pleasure, but are they happy? I doubt it very much, because true human happiness has something to do with creativity, with love, with contributing something to the development of humanity. So I think this idea of Schiller that what you hate, you are losing, and what you love, you gain, is absolutely true. And I think the oligarchs, even if they sit on top castles and yachts and whatnot, I think they are pitiful creatures. And that, however, I think should not prevent people from eventually making laws of taxing, I don't want to use bad language, taxing them so much that, that they are losing their incredible wealth. And, I think redistribution is not, you have to create a credit system which allows for the development of everybody. But I think, on the optimistic note, I think that's exactly the revolution which is going on right now, because the majority of the global South countries are trying to set up a new financial and credit system which does exactly that. So I think we are coming to an end of an era. The only question is, will it be peaceful, or will they take the whole world with them?
Well, we have some more questions on that we'll take up after the next two speakers. So if you can hang on and take some questions later, we'll come back to you. But now I'd like to bring up a speaker, Norbert Maputo, who's an author, a journalist, a researcher in anthropology and sociology, formerly from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Norbert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think especially for you to invite me to join you in the Schiller International Institute for this international topic and talk from your office in Paris. And to be honest, I think when I listened to senator, to professor, to everyone who talked before me, I was almost writing, I was learning, because I learn a lot from all of you. And also everything you mentioned about the declassified information, the NATO, the nuclear weapons, the Kennedy, Eisenhower, everything seems to really to be connected to the country where I'm from, the Democratic Republic of Congo, known to be by this famous book of Joseph Conrad, The Heart of Darkness. So, and in that country known to be the Heart of Darkness, since the word was using by Henry Morton Stanley, another adventure explorer, this country is got an impression that the history is just turning around, and is turning around with the epicenter to be the assassination of one of important person, which is Patrice Lumumba. And in that country where I'm from, we will spend this week. It will be the very long weekend, because on the 16th will be the commemoration of the assassination, assassination of Laurent Désiré Kabila, assassinated 22 years in his palace in Kinshasa. And on the 17th is the 62 years since the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, Maurice Mpolo, and Joseph Okito. Most of the time people they forgot to mention. So let me start by two quotations. The first one is from my mother tongue. There's a proverb that says, if you buy the drums, you must also buy the drummers. Because if you got drums and you don't have drummers, all those drums will go in the bin. So the job you are doing in the institute is really to be the drummers. Because if those stories, you don't have some storyteller who can tell those stories, like all what you are doing, all those stories will not be known. And if we are not learning about our past, we are condemned to repeat some of the past mistakes. And the second quotation about Lumumba is what he wrote himself in his last letter to her wife Pauline. He said, Africa will write its own history, and it will be from the south and the north of Sahara history of glory. And we are living in that generation really of revisiting not only the Congolese history, but the Black history, the African history. So what we are doing is very, very important. And thank you really for inviting me to share with you some bullet points of the book I wrote a couple of years ago, and I brought by chance in your office in Paris. And thank you really to inviting me to join you. And the last quotation is about from Thomas Kanza. Thomas Kanza wrote about Patrice Lumumba in his book Conflict in the Congo, The Rise and the Fall of Lumumba. He said, it is not humanly possible to write the whole story of Lumumba and the Congo. Even in 100 years' times, there will still remain unsolved questions. Just because the dead cannot speak, and there are many secrets buried forever with them. Lumumba was a man born to lead others. Lenin was the father of a Soviet revolution strategy. For the Chinese, the equivalent position is held by Mao Zedong. In the Egyptian revolution, Nasser was both the brain and the moving power. Despite the often unjustified attack upon his both as leader, Kwame Nkrumah remained one of the fathers of the revolution in Africa, south of Sahara. For whatever else may be said, Ghana independence was certainly the starting point for all Black African independence movement. The influence of Fidel Castro is quite out of proportion to the size of his little country. and despite his brief political career and tragic death, or perhaps because of them, Lumumba entered history through the front door. He became both a flag and a symbol. He lived as a free man and an independent thinker. So that's Lumumba really that I try to write in 700-page book. Why? Because in Africa, I belong to what is known in Africa as the independence children, all those children born after 1960s. And our particularity of all those children is that we grew up during the dictatorship. And during the dictatorship, 1970s, 1980s, all those stories was hidden. So we never learn about those stories. So till now, we are on our 50s, is a kind of a vacuum. And a vacuum we need to fill, we need to bridge, we need to feed. And because we got this opportunity of to have a lot of classified information now, so it become important for us to really to revisit this past, to revisit those stories, and that's why really I wrote this big book about Lumumba. What you will find in this big book, you will find some story most of your generation but just by really correcting some of the mistakes. For example, most of the story will tell you Lumumba was arrested at Lodi. And I try to correct that Lumumba was not arrested in Lodi because they already crossed the river Sankourous. He was arrested in the other side of Lodi in a small village, so not in Lodi. I try to correct also. I try to portray the Via Crucis or the Via Dolorosa of Lumumba since he left Kinshasa till really was arrested, until he was brought back and till really he was assassinated on the 17th of January 1961 near Lubumbashi, by that time Elizabethville, with Maurice Mpolo and Joseph Okito. But it's important, and the subtitle of my book is An Assassination Really in the Front Line of the Cold War, because most of our generation really, we don't know about all those things about the Cold War. And related to one of the CIA directors in Kinshasa, Lawrence Devlin, he said Congo-Kinshasa became really the front line of the Cold War. So this is that Lumumba that I try really to revisit it for our generation. So who was Lumumba? Lumumba was really a self-made politician who really in 1958 with most of his friends, they decided to create the first really national political party. By that time, most of the political party we got in Congo was a tribal political party. But Lumumba and his friend, they decided to create the Mouvement National Congolais, who is really the party they dream to unite all the Congolese and especially to fight for the independence. He's a guy, a self-made, because he studied in a Protestant Methodist school. He studied also in the Catholic school. He never finished those schools, but he learned most of things on his own. And so that is an open-minded guy who really like to learn. He like to learn about the human rights movement, about the free thinkers around the world, and then to try to check in which way really he needed really to make all those things profitable for his Congo. Congo by that time colonized by the Belgium. But the life of Lumumba really will have a ladder, his political life will have a ladder when he attended in 1958 the first Pan-Africanist conference organized in Accra by the President Kwame Nkrumah. So when he came back, really, Lumumba became really an independence guy who said, is our right as Congolese really to be independent? And to be independent is that mean really we need to take over the destiny of our own country. And that wasn't easy by that time for the Belgium. And the Belgium also, who 1955, one of the professors said that we need to wait for, the Congo need to wait for 30 years to become independent. So it needed to be independent in 1985. But what happened there in January 1959, there was a riot in Kinshasa, and really, the Belgians really, it looks like they were sleeping, and just they got up from their deep sleep. So there was a conference in Brussels, and within 1 week, the decision to give the independence for the Congolese people to be independent was taken. But it was a kind of independence. Can you imagine that people need to have independence within 4 months? The country where really they have only 10 people who finish the university, who never manage their countries, who don't have any currency, who don't have policies, who don't have army. So that independence became, as one of the famous songs of that time say, an independence shasha. It became like an independence where really, like most of the African independence, where Belgium, they wanted to give an independence, it was end, but they would want to keep the Congolese, management in the hand, and that happened. And the Lumumba really, as a visionary, didn't like it. This is why on the 3rd June of 1960, on Independence Day, he decided to give the voice to the Congolese people. He decided to speak because he said, we can't really forget what happened. We can't forget everything Belgium and the colonial people you did in our country. Now we become equals. So he dreamed that by becoming independent, we become really equals with the Belgium and all the other Western. It was an illusion. On that same days, this international decision was taken, especially by the Belgian, by the American CIA, even by the British, to assassinate him. And that will happen 6 months after. But he was even dreaming. He was dreaming that the Congolese need really to take really the management of all our countries. But that didn't happen. So is that Lumumba really that I try to portray in this big book? Unfortunately, the book is in French. It's in French. I wrote it in French, even if I live in the UK, because I want it to be profitable for my fellow Congolese, because we speak French in Congo. And probably we will now try to find in which way we could translate it in English. And to answer to most of the question, our generation, we are really continue to question about what happened, how it happened. It happened because during the Cold War, the CIA, they portrayed Lumumba to be a communist. And now, 60 years after his death, all the archives show that he wasn't a communist. This is why the title of my book is L'autre Lumumba, is another Lumumba to discover. Is a Lumumba who got a vision for a better Congo, a better Africa. Even, he signed an agreement with the president, Kwame Nkrumah, to create the United States of Africa, because he was believing that Africa must be united so that we become really a force of change. Unfortunately, the international community, they didn't like. So there was a lot of a plan of assassinating him, not only the CIA, which did this evil plan where really the CIA director in Kinshasa received a poison, and he say that is an evil plan. And he questioned the guy, he said, who decided about the poison? And the guy said to him, the president has nowhere himself. He said, no, he will not make it like this. But that means he make his own plan. And the British got also their plan, and the Belgium got also their plan. and all those plans together. So it died in a kind of a puzzle of a plan. And when the assassination happened, all those people, they disappeared. They say, oh, it's the Congolese people who killed their own leaders. No, it was killed. And that was really the beginning point of all the misery of the Congo till now, because he was the first elected prime minister. So the democracy, he was the one really who launched the democracy, because it's not possible to manage all our countries without a real democracy. And the first elected prime minister assassinated was Patrice Lumumba. And the international community, they will use all those same modus operandi of assassination to assassinate all the other leaders after him. Not only himself, but the Cameroonians, even Kwame Nkrumah himself will be assassinated. So it will really become clear the modus operandi of all those assassinations. So there are lessons we need to learn, and especially the vision Lumumba got about the Congo, the vision Lumumba and most of his fellow got about Africa, and this vision we need now to work and to fight for this vision. So thank you very much for those opportunities you are offering me to share with you. The booking is online, as I say in French. People who speak French, they can buy it online. And really, it's really a job we are doing is to connect all those stories, to tell it to our children. As Lumumba said on the Independence Days, those stories need to be told to our children, to our grandchildren for that day of glory. So thank you very much.
Well, Norbert, thank you. And I think what you said toward the end about Lumumba's vision of a unified Africa was somewhat the same idea that Gaddafi had before the British and Hillary Clinton decided to take him out. So again, this question of the continuity of these kinds of networks running the Assassination Bureau, that's what we're fighting. So thank you for your comments. We're now going to move on to our next speaker. Very happy to have him with us. He's often with us, Jacques Cheminade, the chairman of Solidarité et Progrès in France, presidential candidate in France on several occasions. Unfortunately, he's not the president of France. He should be. But Jacques, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello to all of you, citizens of all nations, wherever you are. I'm just back from a demo organized for world peace and against the war by the Patriots Party in Paris. There were about 2,000 persons. I was a speaker. And despite a rainy day, I think it's quite remarkable of a reaction in the population. Many people told me we are here not because we belong to the Patriots Party, because we want to fight against the danger of war, of nuclear war. So I must say now that I therefore have to jump from the French language to English and be a world citizen. My topic is hope against hope to build peace against the oligarchy. We have no right to fail. Everybody in its common sense knows that we are confronted with not only the most important challenge of all our lives, but with the fate of humanity. The immediate question coming to a honest mind is, why so? Why so? It demands two interrelated answers. Why can it be that such heavy human beings are bringing us to the edge of the cliff? And why are they meeting such a poor resistance for their meetings from the victims? To look at the post-World War II history and understand the failure of even our best predecessors is a terrible and necessary challenge to meet today. Not to reach a formal correct historical evaluation, but to do better than them, thanks to what they accomplished, despite their flaws and weaknesses, in order to become ourselves dwarfs sitting on the shoulders of our past giants. It requires from us a bold leadership to provide principles and ideas, not to give orders to do this or that, but to inspire our desperate or blinded fellow citizens to jump on the stage of history. Yes, it is something more difficult to achieve than to sit on the horse so insanely requested by Richard III and give orders, give orders. To inspire others is the only way through which a human mind can address another misguided mind to see, without fear, the reality beyond the shadows of the cave and recover confidence in herself or himself to intervene on behalf of humanity. Let's imagine now that we are on May 14, 1960, in Paris, France. Charles de Gaulle had organized a conference of the four main apparent powers of those times, the United States, Great Britain, France, and Russia. Eisenhower, Macmillan, Khrushchev, and de Gaulle himself. After Bertrand Russell's dream to bomb the USSR was recognized insane, even by himself, and Khrushchev's denunciation of the horrors of Stalinism, the purpose of the conference was to reach an agreement which opened the way towards a treaty of common security, stability, and world peace. Exactly what Putin demanded in December 2021 now. The four people there were all relatively rational people, but the conference miserably failed. Why? Because 2 weeks before it occurred, on May 1st, 1960, an American U-2 spy plane was shot down by the Russian air defense over the territory. The Russian military, and in a sense Khrushchev himself, thought then that they had been cheated and could not have confidence on a country that spoke about peace, but at the same time was openly sending spies over their heads. But this is only part of the story. The other is, how could it be that the Soviets detected the U-2 and brought it down just 2 weeks before the Paris conference? Were the means of detection sophisticated enough in those days? Most of the experts say no. So what happened most likely? The answer is that the U-2 flight was revealed to Moscow by Western security agencies with the intention to eliminate an orientation towards peace in order to continue their containment and intended final victory over the Soviet Union, to obey to the policy of permanent warfare from the Anglo-American oligarchy. Most people would say, how is it possible that state agencies would turn against their own president? Well, remember Eisenhower's warning against the military-industrial lobby complex in his farewell address of January 17, 1961. It was not something up in the air. He denounced the misdeeds of an illegitimate power acting against our methods and peaceful commitment. He spoke in plain words, the potential for a disastrous rise of a misplaced power exists and will persist. It unfortunately did persist and worsening. It is such a power that Lyndon LaRouche denounced during all his life, identifying more precisely the Anglo-American oligarchy, the City of London and Wall Street, the tradition of the Venetian and British empires. That power turned physically against him on October 6, 1986, raiding his home, trying first to kill him, and then set him up in 2 trials, a second after the first one having failed, aimed at throwing him in jail. Murder? Set up trials? How is it possible? Maybe you are right on something, but aren't you exaggerating? We are, after all, part of Western democracies, people would say. Well, what followed the failure of the Paris Peace Conference was a trail of blood. It started with the murder, as it says before, of Patrice Lumumba on January 17, 1961, and then the attempts against de Gaulle's life, from the first one on September 8, 1961, the same year, to the better known on August 22, 1962, at the Petit Clamart, from which he escaped out of luck and thanks to the professional competence of his chauffeur. In all these cases, a sizable part of the French and American services were involved, together with the British tutors. Then, on the French side, after the independence of Algeria, and on the American side, following the election of John Kennedy, Konrad Adenauer in Germany, and Pope John XXIII in the Vatican, a new possibility for world peace and security reemerged. It is interesting to note that all of them were Catholics and socially progressive, which meant, ideologies apart, with a reference out of the direct control of the respective unipolar forces and lobbies, and a common commitment to economic development for all nations as a new name of peace, as later Pope Paul VI would say. What came after? In 1962, after the failed attempt of the US services organized by Alan Dulles against the Fidel Castro regime with the disembarking on the Bay of the Pigs, the Soviet Union set up missiles, nuclear missiles heads in Cuba, which were soon spotted by US Air Force. Obviously, it was an existential threat to the US. President Kennedy, immediately supported by Charles de Gaulle, reacted, ordering the Soviet Union to dismantle the missiles. Part of Kennedy's entourage and the British wanted to bomb Cuba, but Kennedy understood that the option of letting the missiles in Cuba or to bomb the islands were both ways to unleash a nuclear world war. Courageously and supported by his brother, Robert, he arranged a peaceful agreement, dismantling the Soviet missiles in Cuba against, a few weeks later, the dismantling of American missiles then stationed in Turkey. The principle was to stop the respective existential threats and find a way to meet the conditions for world peace and security. At the same time, there was the organizing of Martin Luther King, associating Black, Jews, Hispanics, and progressive white sectors in a non-violent mass movement to foster the roots of social peace and justice for all inside the United States. What followed was Kennedy's murder on November 22, 1963 in Dallas, and the cover-up by the Warren position under the control of Alan Dulles, the same man who during World War II was stationed in Bern, Switzerland, and that in a moment of trust, Pierre Guillain de Bénouville, accused to have overseen the murder of Jean Moulin, head of the anti-Nazi resistance in occupied France. In their behavior, the murderous endeavors of just people leave little room for imagination. That imagination is criminal but very poor. We may justly blame the criminal mafias, but these people are the true perverse brains of organized crime. Then after 1963, came the murders of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Robert Kennedy, always by lone assassins with unknown sponsors, either killed on the spot by the police or isolated in custody and prevented to speak. Then came the events of the late 60s, culminating in the year 1968. The way was free for a deregulation of morals and financial flows of money. The murder of Martin occurred on April 4, 1968, and of Robert Kennedy on June 6, 1968, in the aftermath of the May events organized against de Gaulle in France, followed by his final political elimination on April 1969. This is obviously not a set of mere coincidences, but a trail of murders not only against the relatively best political leaders of those times in the Western world, but against the very identity of the national states, against the principles of their nation states. Our enemies are what has muted as a financial military complex, best and humorously defined now by Ray McGovern as a military-industrial congressional media academic think tank complex, the Mickey Mac. It is what once Mikhail Ledin called universal fascism, occupying even the brains of the population, with more and more sophisticated virtual reality in a world where evil is a never-ending game. This is something worse than Manichaeism. It is the other side of the force, pure evil. I have no time to enter into what happened after the deregulation of the dollar with gold, August 15, 1971. The victory of unprincipled monetarism and the fall of the Berlin Wall transformed in the opportunity grasped to impose the reverse of what it was intended for, of what the fall of the Berlin Wall was intended for. It was transformed into the plundering of Russia, the debasement of sovereignties, and a financial military dictatorship with a democratic pretense in the West, fascism with a democratic face, promoting a state of permanent warfare under the pretext, the colors of responsibility to protect democracies. With a new trail of murders, this time in Germany, Jürgen Ponto and Detlef Rochweder, both victims, like Aldo Moro before, of their commitment for peace through a common development between East and West. Then, what is happening now in the destroyed nations of Syria, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and so many other countries is part of the same criminal dynamics, including, of course, the proxy war of the Anglosphere in Ukraine. A war cowardly supported by the nations of the European Union at the expense of a manipulated Ukrainian population and a provoked Russian army after 7 years of shelling the Russian-speaking people in the Donbass under the cover of the lying Minsk agreements, as now cynically acknowledged by both Angela Merkel and François Hollande. How this could have lasted so long? How this could have been such a chronic disease? The main reason is what Lyndon LaRouche always stressed: the lack of consistency on the part of the more curious or conscious statesman of the need to bring together a coalition of forces strong enough to face the enemy, to enforce what the Schiller Institute calls a new security and development architecture for the benefit of all nations of the world and their citizens. To prevent wars is necessary, but to build the ground for a common natural win-win development is the only way to maintain peace. It means what Nicholas of Cusa and Helga Zepp LaRouche define as a higher order principles, a solution above the terms of the problem, the coincidence of the opposites. The Peace of Westphalia is of course an example of it, and its opponents, like Tony Blair, are our enemies. It is the only way to create confidence among the future partners, and the behavior of the so-called West makes now untrustworthy for the East, the global South, and the very populations of our own nations. The shortcoming of de Gaulle and Kennedy, whatever their excellent intentions, was not to bring India, China, or Sukarno's Indonesia into the new architecture that they foresaw. Indira Gandhi, from the experience of her father, was very aware of that. Were de Gaulle and Kennedy unaware? No. But their common shortcoming was not to take two things seriously enough: the very nature of their enemy and the need to clean their own odious stables, which were indeed very dirty, even if they were somehow cleaner, a bit cleaner in those days than today, where the dirt has spread throughout the whole place. Kennedy, of course, launched the Alliance for Progress and the Peace Corps, dedicated to the progress and peace of developing nations. But the legacy of the CIA dirty wars remained, and the Peace Corps were often infiltrated by agents of all trades. I had the opportunity to watch it with my own eyes when I was in Honduras, and the US ambassador was Joseph John Jova, not necessarily endowed with the spirit of Bandung. De Gaulle organized the independence of Algeria and the former French colonies in Western and Eastern French-speaking Africa, but under the form of a French Commonwealth with Africans heads of state that were not necessarily, these Africans heads of state, the best proponents of sovereign nations, but too often second-rank military trained in France who, without the opposition of the French government, used their armies to suppress their own people. On May 17, 1961, when dozens of peaceful demonstrators were killed by the French police in the streets of Paris, de Gaulle was not able to launch a fair inquiry on how this could have happened. When Mehdi Ben Barka, a Moroccan intellectual and third world leader, was kidnapped in the full middle of Paris on October 29, 1965, and then disappeared, de Gaulle was unable to clean the French secret services from the leftovers of their colonial past. Indeed, both Kennedy and de Gaulle would not or could not clean their odious stables. Kennedy paid it with his life when he partially failed to do it. I always remember Lyndon LaRouche telling me that Kennedy should never have gone to Texas in an open convertible, knowing what Texas was and it still is. The immediate control of the situation by the Warren Commission, under the guidance of the pervert Alan Dulles, followed up. I always remember myself Jack Ruby killing Lee Harvey Oswald among the Texas officials, and I was telling myself then, although I was only 22, can the American dream become replaced by such a dirty horror story? More to the point, back from Kennedy's funeral in Washington, de Gaulle told his minister and confidant Alain Perfit, "It's very simple. What happened to Kennedy is what almost happened to me. It seems to be a cowboy story, but it is a OAS story. The whole thing was a setup. They tried to make believe that the man, Lee Harvey Oswald, acted out of love for communism. In fact, they had kept him in reserve. The police went out to find an informer who could deny them anything, and was under their absolute control. And this fellow performed his task to kill the fake leader. Probably he was even killed by other people, but that's another story. The key point here is that in both cases, Kennedy and de Gaulle, it was an inside job, and the reference to the OAS, the French proto-fascist organization to keep Algeria French, is because the same networks were involved. To read a book, The Day of the Jackal, to listen to District Attorney Jim Garrison, and to examine the case of an individual, the French turn-on agent of the SDEC agency and then CIA Washington correspondent, anti-Gaullist Philippe Thibault de Volcholi, makes it possible to lift the veil on this criminal French-American connection in both cases. It is therefore absolutely mandatory now to publish all the Kennedy papers, not only as a matter of knowledge for honest historians, but it is, for today, a matter of life or death. The mere fact that some are kept secret proves that there are still one or more killer elephants in the room. To reveal the truth will then be a key factor to reestablish confidence in the functioning of American institutions, a confidence absolutely needed to enter in diplomatic relations with other nations, and in particular with Russia, who we lied to so much. Even part of the French press and most of the experts claim now that the story of the lone assassin is an untenable and scandalous lie. The truth about Kennedy's murder is therefore going to be a key to open the gates towards the domain of an indispensable epochal change. It is a key trump card for world peace. De Gaulle and Kennedy, despite their flaws, were giants compared to our present available leaders of state. You know about Kennedy, the true follower of Roosevelt. On De Gaulle, I have to stress first that while alive, he kept the United Kingdom out of the common market, the European common market. Then on February 21, 1966, he announced in a press conference that France was leaving the integrated NATO command, but remaining an ally of the United States. Why so? Because he did not want to be involved in a possible world war starting in Europe by decision of a supranational power. His decision was made in the name of the inalienable principle of national sovereignty. It is such a mandate that President Nicolas Sarkozy reversed, reintegrating NATO's command on November 7, 2007, and announcing it from the Washington Congress. As a result, there are today only 4 members of the European Union that are not members of NATO. It is Austria, Malta, Cyprus, and Ireland. This is to say that the European Union has become a branch of global NATO, and that France, which is a member of both, has lost most of its credibility towards the rest of the world. I said a few minutes ago in this meeting that France can only recover its credibility if it leaves the integrated command of NATO, the Euro, and the European Union. It is therefore the right moment to remember what de Gaulle said on March 18, 1964, at the University of Mexico. Over the distances that shrink, ideologies which reduce, policies which run out of steam, and unless one day humanity annihilates itself through monstrous destructions, the fact which will dominate the future is the unity of our universe, a cause, that of man, a necessity, that of world progress, and consequently, the help provided to all countries that call for the development, a destiny, that of peace, are for our species the very conditions of our life. Un outburst, a spurt, un sursaut, as de Gaulle said in French, inspired by such a conception, shared by Kennedy and de Gaulle on each side of the Atlantic, is now needed to bring peace to the whole world. Let me say that I see the 10 principles of a new international security and development architecture as offered to us by LaRouche as an answer to de Gaulle's call and to Kennedy's speeches given with the same intention. And I see that as an answer to the memory of Lumumba and all the African and third world leaders killed by the Western services. And it is, from LaRouche, more than an answer. It is food for a new paradigm, eliminating once and for all the concept of oligarchism and proceed to organize, as she says, the political order in such a way that the true character of humanity as the creative species can be realized. To continue the dialogue, to guarantee the durable existence of the human species, past, present, and future, is our challenge and the mission that she offers to all of us. If I could add something, in our times, where the cause of woman is spread everywhere as something in itself, a woman raising like her, above both the limits of men that relatively failed in a patriarchal society, and of women that too often spread mere rancors, a woman asserting that the lawfulness of the mind and that of the physical universe are in correspondence and cohesion. A woman, Helga, is the best we could expect to break the funnest rules of the game and bring on earth our inalienable rights written in the stars. Let's listen to her wise words. Let's listen to her wise words. Do something about them, uplifting the best from our past that all these people that were killed exemplify. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacques. Well, we have one more speaker, then we'll be going to questions. And if you have some questions, you can still send them to questions@schillerinstitute.org. Now, our next speaker, if we can bring him up, is someone who is probably known to most of you, a very prominent figure in American politics for the last 50 years, someone who served at least 3 presidents, Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Trump, and who is someone who has spent a lot of time studying the Kennedy assassination. I'm talking about Roger Stone. Roger, we've been talking for the last few hours about the continuity between the operations of the intelligence communities that were likely responsible for the assassination of John Kennedy and the fact that they're still prevalent today, as you know from the Russiagate story, the whole Ukraine operation. But I'd like to start with what you posted a couple of days ago about the Nixon tape talking to CIA Director Richard Helms about the Kennedy assassination. Why don't you just tell us briefly what's in that tape and what your thoughts are on it?
Thank you, Harley. First of all, let me thank you again for being able to join you today. I was very excited to get your invitation. I obviously have a very high regard for the Schiller Institute and the great work that you have done. And of course, Lyndon LaRouche and his wife were friends, our friends in her case. And our paths crossed in New Hampshire in 1979 and 1980. And I'm well aware of how Lyndon LaRouche was targeted by the Bushes for destruction for many of the same reasons that I would later be targeted. The best way to sum this up, I guess, is to say that there is an entire path of continuity. The people who engineered the murder of President John Kennedy are the same people who removed Richard Nixon in a bloodless coup of Watergate, and who would later go on to attempt to remove President Donald Trump from office in a coup, ultimately removing him in a fraudulent election. These are, in fact, the same forces, if not the same exact people. Recently discovered and actually covered by Politico, of all people, is a long overlooked tape in which Richard Nixon is recorded in a meeting with CIA Director Richard Helms. And he's essentially threatening Helms. Now, the background here is important because this is at a period in which Nixon is increasingly mired in Watergate, and he is desperately searching for some leverage to get out of the political crisis that his henchmen have created. And he does not know, of course, at this juncture, what we learned from declassified documents only several months ago, which is that CIA was well aware of the plans for the Watergate break-in in advance of the break-in, that 4 of the Watergate burglars were still on the payroll of the Central Intelligence Agency and reporting to their handlers, that at least 4 of the Watergate burglars just coincidentally happened to have been identified as being on the scene in Dealey Plaza in 1963, and that Nixon is leveraging, in this particular conversation, his knowledge of the dirty tricks department of the CIA. And he essentially says, I'm paraphrasing here for most of it, to Helms, look, This could get very, very sensitive, and the agency has many secrets. We both know they did many things in the dirty tricks department. He is referring in this case to the CIA's involvement in the coup in Guatemala, the CIA's involvement in both the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis in Cuba. And he specifically says, the going could get rough here, and people are going to want to know. Look, I know who shot John. There it is. He lays it right out and verbalizes it. And he goes on to say, in essence, to Helms, if the going gets rough, I can be counted on to cover up for the agency's secrets. He actually says, I've lied before and I'm prepared to lie again. When they seek to assign blame, is it Kennedy's fault? Is it Eisenhower's fault? Is it Nixon's fault? This is a stunning piece of evidence that comports with what I wrote in my book, which is a New York Times bestseller, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, The Case Against LBJ. I had the opportunity to question, or I should say have a conversation with the former president in the late 80s after he had been lubricated with a couple cocktails. Nixon was famously not introspective. He was very forward-looking. It was very hard to get him to talk about the past, Eisenhower, McCarthy, Jack Kennedy, Caracas, the debates, and so on. He was very, very forward-looking. But when he had a couple cocktails, he was positively loquacious. And in this instance, I took my opportunity to task him directly, who really killed Kennedy? He stared into his martini for a moment. He looked up at me and he said, well, let's put it this way. The Warren Commission is the biggest goddamn hoax the country has ever seen. And he continued to look into his cocktail, and I pressed him again and said, but who really killed Kennedy? He looked at me again, and this time he said, let me put it to you this way. Lyndon and I both wanted to be president, but I wouldn't kill for it. Now, that is not to say that Lyndon Johnson acted unilaterally or acted alone. I think Johnson took advantage of a confluence of events, and he was the common spoke between all of the entities that, for their own purposes, wanted the removal of Jack Kennedy. First and foremost, of course, is the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the Secret Service, the so-called military-industrial complex described by Eisenhower. Their motive was very clear. In the Bay of Pigs operation, they blamed Kennedy for what was really their failure. The Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba was an idea developed under Dwight Eisenhower. A Vice President, Richard Nixon, actually sat at the head of a task force to plan the invasion. Nixon deeply distrusted and hated the CIA because he knew, on Eisenhower's orders, the Central Intelligence Agency director had briefed both John Kennedy and presidential candidate Nixon already knew about the plan to invade Cuba. Kennedy used that deftly in a debate, not by bringing it up directly, but using it indirectly by attacking Nixon for not being tough enough and not having a plan to remove Castro when he knew there was such a plan, but the plan was classified. And as a sitting vice president, Nixon could not reveal that. Nixon was always furious about that. We also know from the biography of both John Ehrlichman and H.R. Bob Haldeman, the domestic policy council chief for Nixon, and Bob Haldeman, his chief of staff. Both of them say in their memoirs, first of all, when Nixon referred specifically to, quote, the Bay of Pigs thing, he was referring to the what he believed was the Kennedy assassination as a direct result of the Bay of Pigs. And Ehrlichman says that shortly upon his election in 1969, when Ehrlichman was serving as the White House counsel, Nixon directed him to get all the records from the CIA regarding the assassination of Kennedy. He wanted these as an insurance policy, and that presidential order was flatly refused by CIA Director Allen Dulles. which led to Nixon's furor again and distrust of the Central Intelligence Agency. But it is important to recognize that there were other elements involved in the Kennedy assassination. It was not just the deep state. Organized crime has a hand in the assassination. Their motive is very direct. Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy, John Kennedy's father, had extorted $1 million from organized crime and their commitment to twist arms and break necks for the Kennedy campaign in both the early primaries in West Virginia and Wisconsin, but also in the general election in Illinois and Texas. So he had a debt to the organized crime families. Ambassador Kennedy, Joseph P. Kennedy, had entered into an illicit deal with Sam Giancana, the head of the mob in Chicago, that a Kennedy administration would back off the Eisenhower administration efforts to deport Carlos Marcello, the gangster who ran the mob in Texas and Louisiana, and Santo Trafficante, who ran the mob in Florida, in return for the mob's assistance to get Kennedy elected. Upon John Kennedy's election, Robert Kennedy would become Attorney General. Ambassador Kennedy would be felled by a stroke that left him unable to enforce the deal he had made. Kennedy proceeded to try to deport both Marcello and Trafficante with disastrous results. There is also the important fact that Lyndon Johnson was on the pad for the mafia. He was being paid $5,000 a month to protect the illegal gambling operations in Texas run by Marcello. I should also add, going back to the CIA for a moment, during the time that Lyndon Johnson is the Senate Majority Leader, by tradition, the Majority Leader does not sit on any committee, but Johnson takes the unusual step of appointing himself to the subcommittee of Defense Appropriations, where the CIA's secret black box budgets are prepared. So he is the paymaster for the CIA. When he becomes vice president, he maneuvers to put an ally, Senator Harry F. Byrd Sr. of Virginia, as the chairman of that subcommittee, so he can continue to control the purse strings for the Central Intelligence Agency. Johnson's next... Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, what you're basically confirming is what we've been discussing this whole afternoon, which is that you had a consistent effort by a network outside of control of the president, outside of the control of the Congress, that's been driving policy, including the current war with Ukraine, including the attacks of Russiagate and so on. Roger, I want to thank you for joining us. This has been most interesting, and I'm assuming you're going to continue to write about this. How can people read your blog? How can people get in touch with you?
There's a couple different places. One, you go to rogerstone.substack.com. You can go to stonezone.com. I'm also doing a daily show, a net-based show called at stonezone.live, 5 days a week at 5 p.m. Eastern. I really do think, Harley, that the tide is turning. The bloom is off the rose on the Russian collusion hoax. That has now been exposed as completely fraudulent. The bloom is off the rose on the COVID-19 hoax. That has been proven. The claims of safety and efficiency have been destroyed. These most recent elections had the best possible result, in my opinion. I'd never expected a red wave. I predicted a pink drizzle. That's what you got. If the Republicans had won control of the House by 25 or 30 seats, right now you would have Kevin McCarthy, who is not a trustworthy character, as Speaker of the House, but in full control because he had Nancy Pelosi's old rule book. Now what you have with revised rules is a completely contained Kevin McCarthy. Any one member can move in a privilege motion to vacate the chair, which would throw the House into chaos and put us right back where we were a week ago, where McCarthy lacks the votes to become Speaker. So the insurgents have a chokehold on the Speaker, which is why you've now already seen better rules for the House that will clear the deck for real investigations into the extraordinary corruption on various issues: Russian collusion, Ukraine, the COVID-19 hoax, the corruption of Joe and Hunter Biden, and so on. There is, of course, now in the revelations regarding Joe and classified documents, that line of attack on Donald Trump is now done, no longer credible. He still has very real threats regarding January 6th, not in that he actually did something culpable or illegal, but they are destined to try to convict him of some crime that will prevent him from running again. So if they tell us constantly, the harangue of the fake news media, he's damaged, he's finished, he's in decline, and in the next breath however, we've got to nail him from some crime that won't allow him to run again. They're petrified to run against him because he's an outsider, because he's uncontrollable. He's not controlled by the same cabal that killed Kennedy, removed Nixon, tried to sent Lyndon LaRouche to jail, tried to remove Donald Trump, and failed. These are the same people responsible for this Ukrainian war, which we all know is a violation of a treaty we signed in 1994. Ukraine is supposed to be a neutral zone where we have agreed not to put offensive missiles pointed at Russia. We're in violation of that treaty in this epically corrupt war. Harley, thank you very much for inviting me. It was great to be with you, and I'm happy to sum up my views very quickly.
Thank you, Rogers. Good to see you again.
God bless you.
So long. Okay, can we bring up the speakers now, who's still around? Because we have many questions still. I see Jacques is there and Norbert. Let me start with one that I think is at the heart of Helga's discussion of a new security and development architecture. I think it's clear from what's been discussed today that a security architecture depends on taking power back by nation states that act in the interests of their people, as opposed to the private interests that control the intelligence communities, the military, and so on. But the other side of it, which was brought up toward the end of the discussion, is the economic question. And there's a question from someone named Ari who asked, the world seems to be shifting to a multipolar system. Would this benefit Russia and China? And what about the United States and Europe? Could they work with that? And I think, Helga, since this is your area where you've been fighting for this kind of idea, why don't we start with you?
Well, I think it is happening very rapidly. Just because the mass media don't report about it, it's not not taking place. As a matter of fact, if you look at the rapid growth of the BRICS, originally Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, there are now 17 countries of the Global South who have applied for full membership. And you have entire realignments. For example, the majority of Latin America wants to cooperate with this BRICS formation. That is quite independent from the fact that there is a massive destabilization of many Latin American countries going on against that. Then you have I think the most spectacular development was the fact that Saudi Arabia and many of the Gulf states now have basically indicated they want to be part of the BRICS. Turkey, Indonesia, I think Nigeria, many other countries. So you have the BRICS plus, that's 17 countries. Then you have the SCO, the Eurasian Economic Union, and many countries in Africa as well. So I think the new development of a new economic order is already happening. And obviously this is the bone of contention where especially, the British, but also unfortunately the present administration of the United States, the EU, they all are dead set to contain that, and they regard that as the biggest threat, which they really are not. I mean, both Xi Jinping and many other Chinese leaders have offered many times that they want to cooperate, that they invite everybody. This is not exclusive. And, I think that the world problem could be solved instantly if there would be a shift to say, rather than continuing the geopolitical game, we take up this offer and concentrate on the many issues which are the pressing issues of humanity, like world hunger. 2 billion people don't have clean water. We need a modern health system in every country. We could start putting our efforts together to solve the problems of the world, like getting a crash program for thermonuclear fusion power, take up where Kennedy left it with international cooperation on space science and space travel, finding the cure for presently still uncurable diseases, go in the direction of asteroid defense, early warning systems of earthquakes. I mean, all of these beautiful things which would serve all of humanity. Why don't we put all our efforts together and really start a new epoch in the history of mankind? Either this geopolitical confrontation will lead to the destruction of all of us, or we move into a new phase of cooperation. And the more people understand that, the more quickly, the higher the chances is that we will get out of this crisis.
Yes, Ray.
I would just add my 2 cents to that. I started studying relations between China and Russia in the 60s. I learned yesterday from an RT article quoting a Chinese news service that the trade turnover of this year, this particular year, is supposed to be almost $200 billion. That's B with a B, right? When I was following Russia and China in the 60s, it was $200 million, okay? That's 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Now, you won't read that in the New York Times. As a matter of fact, when I put a little tweet out on that, it was marked and branded. He is quoting a Russian-controlled media service, RT. I mean, a fact is a fact. The Chinese and the Russians are mentioning this. What am I saying here? I'm saying here that there's been a tectonic shift. It's 2 against 1 now. You can look at it in a multi-polarity way. That's quite valid. But I look at primarily strategically in a bipolar way. It's the lily white West against the rest of the world. Most of them people of color. Okay? That's big. Isolating Russia? Give me a break. We're talking about 80% of the world's population is standing with Russia, or at least not objecting to what Russia is doing in Ukraine. That's big. And I'll add just a comment from Vladimir Putin, 27th of October at Valdai. You can look it up. It's on the Kremlin website. He said, this business about why the U.S. would seek a clash with China at the same time they're clashing with us in Europe, in Ukraine, is something I can't figure out. He says, I thought there might be some subtle plan here, but I've looked into it and I've decided they're just crazy. His word. They're just crazy. Now, I don't know how much Putin and Kissinger agree on things, but Kissinger, of course, thinks it's crazy too. In my day, in the 70s, we were able to play off Russia against China. Now, there's this equilateral triangle in those days has shrunken into an isosceles triangle, okay? And these 2 branches are Russia and China, and we here have gotten the short end of the stick. This is monumental. Now, the problem is that our sophomore advisors to Biden were wrong all along in thinking they could exploit Russia against China, just as we did 3 or 4 decades ago, and they can't bring themselves to realize that they're being really, well, I would have to agree with Putin on this. They're being really, what did he say? Crazy, crazy. There were crazies in Washington. Now they're young crazies who think they know everything, and they're really putting us into a very dangerous position by not recognizing what the Russians used to call the world correlation of forces, as Mearsheimer calls it, foreign policy, strategic relations 101.
Now, I have a couple more questions. We're coming toward the end. The next question is a specific one, and then I have a question I'd like to hear from everyone on, because it gets at the heart of what we've been discussing today. But whoever wants to take this one, from Bernie in London, he asked, do you see a connection between the assassination of former Prime Minister Abe in Japan and the decision to remilitarize Japan to be used as a proxy against China? A little bit of speculative thinking there, but does anyone have a thought on that? Or let me put it another way. Someone asked me the other day, why would the Japanese, who are the one country that's experienced nuclear war, be so interested in putting themselves in a position to be a target of a nuclear war in Asia? So, Ray, you have a thought?
It's a military-industrial complex in Japan, for God's sake. They're making tons of money on this. I mean, these things are really insidious. It's not only a U.S. problem, it's a problem wherever armaments are made and sold and bought and so forth. And that's the bottom line in my view.
Cliff? Then Dennis.
Well,
go ahead, Cliff.
The way, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
the way
go
to
ahead.
explain it, in my view, is the rehabilitation of Germany and Japan right after World War II. So this is part and parcel of the Cold War rehabilitation of those, the Nazi state and the Japanese militarism. And now whether the Japanese people or not are happy with Kishida's kind of fascistic attitude here, I guess is irrelevant to the military-industrial complex of Japan. I find it personally rather offensive to see us remilitarizing Japan when many of our families, including mine, suffered death at the hands of Japanese military in World War II in the Pacific. But since I remember, since the Bush administration, it was Armitage and those characters. There's a network in Washington, D.C., the Japan lobby people, and Mike Green, and there's a whole Japan lobby, and they've been working for the last 20 years or so to rehabilitate Japan and to aim it against China. So that's the idea. You aim Japan against China, and Kishida and company have fallen for that, as Ray was suggesting. It's good money for their military-industrial complex. But in my view, what I've seen, at least is that the Japanese people themselves are not for this remilitarization and militarism, new militant militarism of the current government there.
Jacques or Dennis, and then Jacques. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay. Well, actually, I just want to indicate, Harley, that I also have a question I want to pose to Jacques and to Norbert when we get a chance. But I want to say the following. Some people may remember that there was once a thing called the Mitsubishi Plan back in the 1970s, and that Japan thought that what it would do is take its formidable industrialization capabilities and extend them to the South, particularly to Mexico, to countries in South America, and even, under certain circumstances, to Africa. They had what was about a $500 billion plan then, when $1 billion was real money, as they say. That was responded to by Zbigniew Brzezinski, that there would be no Japans south of the United States border allowed. What has happened, of course, is that Japan was, under Zbigniew Brzezinski, a member of the Trilateral Commission of certain variety. What's now occurring is the reincorporation of Japan into that honorary white status that they were given by the British back in the period of the 1920s, actually even earlier in the 1902 period, when you had the first sort of Anglo-Japanese compact created. And that was preparatory to what then became later World War II, but also was the provocation against Russia. And with the assassination, what Abe was working on, others were also working on, is that spirit of cooperation that we see expressed in the Belt and Road Initiative and expressed in the policy that has been put forward in the 10 principles that Helga's talked about. But it's a way in which this same theme, we've come back to it again, where people sort of think about the racialism side of it, but it's not that simply. It's this idea that the other is a threat. Use that as a way of mobilizing. And then you take a country that would have been quite satisfied to conduct a kind of a radical industrialization. The Japanese were sort of given the carrot of the American auto industry in which they were allowed to enter. But then, of course, they were saddled with massive amounts of American debt and caused to go in a direction which was not the one that they intended. Now they become a target of the kind of hostility, not just hostility, justified hostility, in one sense, that many of the populations of the Pacific area have felt since the period of the Second World War and even before. These are very complex questions, and there are things that we are trying to avoid having to address. Malcolm X once remarked, I think some people may know in his last speech, that he remembers the time when Russia and China were the allies, and Japan and Germany were the enemies. And then they switched it, and then Russia and China became the enemies, and Germany and Japan became the allies. And he said, and so the question here really is, what was going on in the first place? And that, of course, is a simplistic way of putting things, but it's importantly something that people need to think about, so that Japan is being placed in the same sort of position. Cliff spoke to it before, in the way that he talked about as the United States population is being put by this international oligarchy, by this murder incorporated by this International Assassination Bureau. That's exactly what we're trying to liberate ourselves from.
Jacques, you wanted to say something?
Yes. If you look at the remilitarization of Japan, it's very clear that it's reversal from a MacArthur policy. And why? Because it's a provocation against China on the Taiwan issue. They think that they can create in China a reaction against an existential threat. I am convinced that it will fail miserably because the Chinese do not think as the Western powers today. They do not think in terms of fears, threats, or immediate advantages. They think on the long term. And what we can do to establish these long-term views in all issues, together with people like the Chinese government today that think in those terms, would be the best way to organize emotion towards peace as soon as possible in the context of our proposals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Norbert? Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very quickly. What make me really surprising, not really involving in conspiracy theories, but the historical facts. You got certain impression that everything is just coming. As I said, you got the same modus operandi. Someone mentioned about Alan Dulles, for example, but he was involved in the assassination of Lumumba. We talk about the uranium, and the part of the uranium, for example, in the Congolese crisis is incredible. For example, if you know that when Lumumba came in the USA, there was a question about the uranium, And the Thomas Kanza said that he advised Lumumba in Lingala to say, don't answer to this question. But Lumumba said, let me finish giving answer. And he said, it's our uranium we own. We need to do whatever we want. We need to deal with whatever we want. And what happened is known. If you check, for example, the assassinate or the death of the Daramas George, the UN Secretary General, you would be surprising, as we mentioned about the assassination of the President Kennedy, and those tape was found, that most of the information wasn't well known, even by that time of 60-61. But you have the impression that everyone, they just hide. And I got in my book this interview I have with the friend of the Belgian Masonry, who explained the way really he shot down the plane of the Secretary General. So you have this impression that all those things coming back to Japan, they are coming back, as if you say the parallelism between, I mentioned in my book, the parallelism between the assassination of Thomas Sankara and the assassination of Lumumba, or the how Laurent Gbagbo was arrested, and the crisis in Libya. So you have an impression that, and the question is, do we have the same cabinet, the same people who are really thinking about the same, things? So I would not be surprising about what happened in Japan on this kind of view.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions, and there's one that I think many of you might want to answer, and in particular, Helga, but a question that everyone has is what can be done to counter disinformation, and the sense of impotence that many people have, that there's no way to deal with it. And this is connected to another question from Brandon, who asked, how does one wield a platform of nonviolence against those who use fear and kill from the shadows? So this question of how do we deal with this unseen but visible enemy, as many of you have said, it's not as though they're unknown. It's not, as we've heard, it's not as though people don't know that the CIA is involved in this kind of stuff. So what's the best way to deal with this? And we can just go around the table, anyone who wants to answer it.
Let me start because I'm from the South. I think
Okay.
what's happening now in Francophone African countries could be a good lesson for us. Because in the way really, with the information people got about what happened with the France CFA and whatever, the French army in Africa, is and the force, the population of the force. And most of the time, and living in the West, the problem of most of the West thinker or philosopher, they are ignoring the power of, all those population of the South. I think someone mentioned here about the BRICS. Huh? How many is almost 60% of the population who are in the South? And there are forces, if they are informed, if they know, if they are not pushing around to see them as if they are not in the world. So I think there is a way they will become really the power of change, and I'm sure that Africa tomorrow will become the new power of change, where when people will be informed, when people they will get conscious that they need to do something to change, to become the change makers of the world.
Thank you. Who else? Ray.
I would just say that the recent revelations of the FBI, to a lesser extent the CIA, NSA, and shaping our information on Twitter and on Facebook, that's documentary now. That's not only available in raw copy, it's available in analysis by Matt Taibbi and others. It shows that the security services in our country are affecting elections, are doing everything can to manipulate things. So what I'm saying here is that this is an opportunity that should not be missed. It's an opportunity to hold people accountable. Now, could our Congress do that? The odds are against it. They're all afraid. They are afraid. But this is an opportunity that's not likely to arise again, okay? What are the stakes? The stakes are that we're being lied to and lied to and lied to. 1967, that's what we were talking about, Dr. King, Memphis. He, speaking out first, and then in 68, Memphis. During that period of time in Vietnam, our generals were lying through their teeth, and I can prove it. They were telling the president, the Viet Cong, they only have about 200,000 people under arms. We at the CIA were saying, no, it's more like 500 or 600,000. Guess what? We were right, but our leaders caved to the military. And sure enough, in January and February of 68, we had the Tet Offensive. What am I saying here? The Tet Offensive showed that there were 500 or 600,000. What's the point of my saying that now? It's the same with respect to Ukraine. The president is being lied to. The military doesn't have an honest bone in its body, and the same thing is happening. Now, what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks is consequential because the Russians have started to move into the west part of Ukraine. They're going to go all the way unless those people in Washington say, well, look, maybe we were wrong. Maybe the Ukrainians aren't winning at all. Maybe we have to deal. I think the Russians would deal. They would deal for a deal down the Dnieper River, cutting Ukraine in half. But they're not going to deal if they have no one to deal with. So the time now is to come to terms and say, all right, look, we want to keep Odessa. We want to keep some access to the Black Sea. Let's deal. And I think they'd find a willing partner to make a deal. So the lies are what gets in the way. They were the same in 67 and early 68. And they're the same now. And how we get at it? Well, we just have to kind of put ourselves into it and make sure that we tell all our friends and tell all our enemies as well that you're being lied to. And here's the proof. Here's what the FBI and CIA have been doing for the last 6 years, making Russia, for example, and now China, the blackened person that you really have to go after to keep our way of life. God help us.
Garland, I wanted to know if you had some thoughts on that. You've been a little quiet for a while.
And rephrase the question again. Can you give me the question again?
How do you
listen to what Ray said.
Yeah, how do you wield a platform of nonviolence against those who fear and kill from the shadows in relationship to the question of how do you counter disinformation?
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I'll get a bit more philosophical with this. When you cut open an orange, what's going to come out? Orange juice. You cut open a pear, the only thing that can possibly come out is pear juice. And why is that? Because the only thing that can come out of an orange is what's inside the orange. You're not nonviolent. To me, being nonviolent is not a matter of that you choose or plan or you calculate nonviolence. Nonviolence has to be who you are. You have to act based on your internal principles. If anger comes out of you all the time, there's a reason that people use the term venting. Why? Because you're full of anger and other people are just giving you or just creating an opportunity for that anger that's inside to vent out. So to me, whenever I have the discussion of nonviolence or how you act or how you conduct yourself in your active affairs of activism, the way you conduct yourself is a reflection of what's inside of you. So if you feel the urge to be violent, don't look at the circumstances around you and question whether those circumstances are driving you towards violence. Look inside and ask yourself, what is inside of me that's creating this anger or creating this need for violence?
Thank you. Anyone else on that? Well, Dennis wanted to say something on the question of Lumumba from a communication he just got. So, Dennis, why don't you do that, and then I have a final question.
And also my answer to that question, and also last statement I need to make, and I wanted to direct it actually to both Norbert and to Jacques. Dr. Abdul Ali Muhammad, formerly the national spokesman for the Nation of Islam and someone who's worked with us for decades, sent me this in the last hour. It's Patrice Lumumba's last letter written to his wife. And it says, "My dear wife, I am writing these words to you, not knowing whether they will ever reach you or whether I shall be alive when you read them. Throughout my struggle for the independence of our country, I have never doubted the victory of our sacred cause, to which I and my comrades have dedicated all their lives. But the only thing which we wanted for our country is the right to a worthy life, to dignity without pretense, to independence without restrictions. This was never the desire of the Belgian colonialists and their Western allies who received, direct or indirect, open or concealed, support from some highly placed officials of the United Nations, the body upon which we placed all our hope when we appealed to it for help. They seduced some of our compatriots, bought others, and did everything to distort the truth and smear our independence. What I can say is this: alive or dead, free or in jail, it is not a question of me personally. The main thing is the Congo, our unhappy people, whose independence is being trampled upon. That is why they have shut us away in prison and why they keep us far away from the people. But my faith remains indestructible. I know and feel deep in my heart that sooner or later, my people will rid themselves of their internal and external enemies, that they will rise up as one in order to say no to colonialism, to brazen, dying colonialism, in order to win their dignity in a clean land. We are not alone. Africa, Asia, the free people, and the people fighting for their freedom in all corners of the world will always be side by side with the millions of Congolese who will not give up the struggle, while there is even one colonialist or colonialist mercenary in our country. To my sons, whom I am leaving and whom perhaps I shall not see again, I want to say that the future of the Congo is splendid, and that I expect from them, as from every Congolese, the fulfillment of the sacred task of restoring our independence and our sovereignty. Without dignity, there is no freedom. Without justice, there is no dignity. And without independence, there are no free men. Cruelty, insults, and torture can never force me to ask for mercy because I prefer to die with head high, with indestructible faith and profound belief in the destiny of our country, than to live in humility and renounce the principles which are sacred to me. The day will come when history will speak, but it will not be the history which will be taught in Brussels, Paris, Washington, or the United Nations. It will be the history which will be taught in the countries which have won freedom from colonialism and its puppets. Africa will write its own history, and in both North and South, it will be a history of glory and dignity. Do not weep for me. I know that my tormented country will be able to defend its freedom and its independence. Long live the Congo, long live Africa. Patrice Lumumba. So I thought that that should be read, and whatever comments people happen to be able to make. I realize we are somewhat pressed for time, but I think obviously the character of that letter needed to be conveyed in this situation.
Well, very briefly, it's extremely moving for me because Thomas Sankara said, with other words, almost the same thing a few months before being killed. For the same reasons, he was killed for the same reasons as Patrice Lumumba was killed. And I feel at the same time, let's say, that my country in those conditions has behaved miserably and criminally. So Lumumba and Sankara represented much better the spirit of civilization and the spirit of European civilization than the heads of states of Europe. And not only, of course, European civilization, but a world civilization, African civilization, and nowadays, the Chinese civilization. So from these standpoints, if you look from above, you make the right judgments in moments of history where there is a matter of life or death. Now we are probably even more than where Lumumba and Thomas Sankara were assassinated. It's a moment of history where what they did and the courage is even more required. And I think that's a lesson for us if we want to reach a world where the oligarchy is eliminated and what's good in humanity, what the inclination for the good in humanity becomes the rule of history. And that's our mission.
Thank you. Well, I have one final question I think I want to direct to Helga, because I think this is a good way to get to the what we're fighting for, what's important, because what we're doing here is inspiring a population which has been beaten down and has been demoralized to realize that the truth still matters. And Helga, it was written to me that someone brought up that you asked in the webcast the other day, did any of you support the policies that are being pursued, the war policies, the austerity policies? And if not, what are you going to do about it? Well, someone named Terry writes, is it not time for each individual to consider themselves as a citizen of the planet Earth, seeking peace and justice, rejection of a bankrupt, corrupt, and selfish rules-based order? And I thought maybe you'd like to comment on that.
Well, I don't know if, Terry, you are aware of the fact that we are trying to create a world movement of world citizens. The reason for this is that, given the fact that we are all threatened by a world war, which could lead to the extinction of the entire human species, it makes us automatically a world citizen, because if humanity as a whole is threatened, everybody has the right to fight about it. And this initiative came originally from some Latin American legislators, and we had already 3 public meetings and a couple of private meetings. And we decided that we will try to spread this idea and call on people to be with us as world citizens. And given the fact that I'm the proud citizen of Trier, some people may know what that means. I have called for the world citizens of all countries unite. And while I have a certain fun with this conception because of the obvious other person who comes from Trier, but nevertheless, it's a very serious question. And, I really think that the only way how we will get rid of this oligarchy, which, is continuing colonialism. And, when the beautiful letter from Lumumba was read, I was thinking, Germany right now is as much a colony as any country in the so-called third world ever was. The only problem is people don't even know it. And, I look forward to the day where such a letter is being written by a true German world citizen who sort of gets rid of this slavery chains, which, people are joyfully carrying these days, or not so joyfully. So I think that, I really want to put it on the table. We will have a big conference very soon, I think on the 4th or 5th of February, and we want to make it an international conference carrying on this mobilization for a new paradigm, for a new security and development architecture. And we want to have as many participants and, hopefully a very balanced group of speakers from preferably all 5 continents. So help us to build this conference and make a movement of world citizens, because I think that is really required. And I think the potential for that is eminently possible. So, is that my final word, Harley, or can I say one more thing? I mean, I want to say one more thing.
Feel free. Go ahead.
Feel free. Well, you know, there was so much discussion about the other and the hatred of the other, and it reminded me of a beautiful writing of Nicolaus of Cus, which is called The Non-Other. And, you know, it's a very challenging text. And the conclusion is, he says, the non-other is nothing other than the non-other, or even the non-other is none other than the non-other. Now that requires some thinking, but, you know, it is a wonderful piece of writing, because it forces the mind to not get attached to sensuous things. You know, it does require to think the one, the non-other. Naturally, it's a theological discussion about God, because obviously all otherness is all predicates, all particulars, all, you know, discrete things. And the non-other, you know, it's like a negative theological argument of how do you arrive at a notion of God, which is not, you know, some projection of an old man with a beard or some stupid thing like that, but really to get to the essence of God. And Lyndon LaRouche wrote a very challenging paper also called What is the God We Are Made in the Image of? I know several people have tried to read this paper and they say, oh man, this is really very difficult. But I think these two articles, who is the God who we are in the image of, and the Cusa's The Non-Other paper, it helps to train the mind to think on a different plane. And I have come to the conclusion that this, you know, it's not just simple things we have to get people to do, but we have to force people to develop a different methodology in terms of how they think, that you have to be able to think the higher one always, because only then do you arrive at the new paradigm, and only then you can take the interest of humanity as a whole, you know, as the primary concern. And most people absolutely cannot do that. They have a, you know, the other thinking is so much deep ingrained. This is what the party system is based on. You're either this party or that party, or you're either black or white or whatever, you know. And I think we have to really train the mind to think in the method of the coincidence of opposites, the non-other, and, you know, just to think. It's a completely different method of thinking. And once you have understood it, it's giving you a key to solve any problem. And I know that this was the method of thinking of the Peace of Westphalia. And, you know, that is what we have to apply today if we want to solve the problems we have.
Well, thank you for that, Helga. And Ray, I guess I'll give you a last word.
3 sentences, if I may. In this same vein, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? You can, okay. In the same vein, Helga and others, I would refer back to the questioner, Terry, who asked about peace and justice and the necessity for this. This is more than a word change I'm about to suggest. Peace and justice, it's got to be the other way around. Justice must come before peace. In the biblical sense, peace, shalom, is simply the experience of justice. And so we put justice first, and we work our tails off to make sure that we do all we can to promote justice. Peace will come, because peace is the existence of justice. And I know we're all on the same wavelength with respect to that, but it's important, it's not a semantic thing. It's justice and peace. It's justice and peace in that order, I would suggest. Thank you.
Well, to all of our panelists, I'd like to thank you for your contributions today. I'm sure all the viewers are quite provoked and inspired. Let me just finish by making a couple of points about what people can do. The Schiller Institute is a growing organization and recognized internationally for what we're doing to ensure that there can be a new security and development architecture. You can join this fight. Join the Schiller Institute. Go on our website and sign up for a membership. You can sign our initiatives. We have a number of them. One of the most important ones now is the support for the call from the Vatican to be used as a venue for negotiations for peace between Russia and Ukraine. If you live in the Western world, go out and demand that your government recognize that they're not defending your interests by sending money to a war in Ukraine. But most importantly, you've got to speak the truth boldly and speak it everywhere. Don't be afraid of the little voice in the back of your head saying you're going to get in trouble. You're already in trouble. As Helga pointed out, we're facing a nuclear war. So we cannot submit either to our fear of an unjust oligarchy or to our own pessimism. And I think one of the things that came through very clearly today is the optimism expressed in the final statements of people such as Patrice Lumumba, of President Kennedy, and of Martin Luther King. It's that optimism which should inspire us and cause us all to take this fight to heart for all of mankind for the future. So thanks for joining us. And in 3 weeks, we'll be having another Schiller conference. Go to the schillerinstitute.com website to register. It should be posted there in the next couple of days. And with that, we'll see you again soon.